A. Using this book.
It's a good idea to have a routine when you use this book. For example, a weekly routine when you study a new unit for at least 30 to 45 minutes. A daily routine when you revise that unit. You may only need to revise for 5 or 10 minutes each time.
B. Studying a new unit.
When you are studying a unit for the first time, you need to be active when you are learning. With a new word or phrase, say it aloud and repeat it to yourself silently. If you have the e-book that goes with the book, use it to check the pronunciation. Use a highlighter pen to mark words you think are important or difficult. Write down new words and phrases in your notebook. Always try to write an example sentence for new words. You can choose an example from this book or a dictionary, but an example from your own life will often help you to remember a word. For example, I shared a flat with an Australian girl when I was in London last year. Do exercises in pencil, then you can rub them out using a rubber and do them again later. This is a good way to revise vocabulary.
C. Revising a unit.
When you are revising a unit 1 or 2 days later, it is also important to be as active as possible. Test yourself. For example, look at a word and cover the meaning. Can you remember what the meaning is? If you can't, check the meaning. Then come back to the word in 5 minutes' time and test yourself again. Look at what you wrote in your notebook when you first studied the unit. Is there any new information you want to add? For example, something about the pronunciation or a common word partner. Diagrams may help you to organize some of the vocabulary differently and help you to remember it. For example, take. Who took my pen? Let's take a break now. I took notes during the lecture. What size shoes do you take?
D. Expanding your vocabulary.
When you learn a word, for example, dirty, think of synonyms or opposites in your language. Look them up in a bilingual dictionary to find the English words. Then look up the English words in an English dictionary to check the meaning. From this, you will find that the opposite of dirty is clean, and you may also find filthy.
A. What do you do?
This is what some students do.
I write down new English words and phrases in my notebook, and next to each one I write a Spanish translation. I usually write down if a word is a noun, verb, adjective, and so on.
I sometimes write a word in phonemics because English pronunciation is very difficult for me. But my notebook is a mess. I like to draw pictures.
I sometimes make a note of new words in my notebook, but I often forget. I usually write a translation, and sometimes I write example sentences as well.
I've got a notebook. I don't use it much, but when I do, I try and list words by topic. So I put all the animals together and all the clothes words together, and so on. I find it's easier to remember the words this way.
I note down new words and phrases. Sometimes I translate them into Polish, and sometimes I write an explanation in English if it is not difficult. For example, kitten, a very young cat.
B. Tips for your notebook.
A tip is a piece of advice to help you. Here are some tips for your notebook. Put words from one topic in the same place. For example, food in one place, clothes in another, etc. Don't mix them up. You can also have grammar topics. For example, uncountable nouns, or a page for words that all have a connection. For example, words and phrases that were all in a story you read in English. Some words and phrases will go in more than one topic. If you can't find a topic for a new word or phrase, for example, useful or in particular, put them in a different place in your notebook. For example, a page for each day or each week, or perhaps one page for every English lesson you have. Write the date clearly at the top. For example, Monday the 14th of May. When you write down new vocabulary, write a translation if it is necessary, but also write the meaning in English if it is possible, or draw pictures. If possible, add synonyms, opposites, other parts of speech, etc. Awful. Adjective. Means terrible. Synonym. Dreadful. Enjoy. Verb. Means like something and get pleasure from it. Noun. Enjoyment. Adjective. Enjoyable. Example sentences help you with the grammar of a word, or with word partners, collocations. I enjoy living in a big city, not I enjoy to live in a big city. I spent 2 weeks in Rome, not I passed 2 weeks in Rome. You spend time in a place. Remember, words often have more than one meaning that you need to know. For example, a tip is also money that you give. For example, to a waiter for serving you in a restaurant.
A. What dictionaries do I need?
A bilingual dictionary is easy for you to understand and quick and easy to use. A dictionary in English will give you reading practice in English and many more examples of how words are used. If possible, use both. These are good dictionaries in English for your level, and most of them are available online. Cambridge Learner's Dictionary, Oxford Word Power Dictionary, Longman Active Study Dictionary, Macmillan Essential Dictionary.
B. Information in dictionaries.
If you look up a word using the Cambridge Learner's Dictionary, the information is shown like this. For example, the word fun. Pronunciation using phonemic symbols. A definition explains the meaning. Bold italics show common word partners. Part of speech. The letter U tells you that fun is uncountable. Fixed phrases using the word are shown in bold. Examples are in italics.
C. Defining words.
Defining words are words that dictionaries use when they define the words in the dictionary. Some of these are quite common. Emphasize. For example, my teacher has always emphasized the importance of writing down new words in a notebook. Relating to or connected to or with. For example, musical is connected with or related to music. Amount. For example, £5 million is a large amount of money. Official. For example, a passport is an official document. Behave. For example, people can behave strangely when they're nervous.
D. Using a dictionary.
When you use a dictionary to check the meaning of a word, put a tick next to it. Each time you return to a page with a tick, see if you remember the word. When you meet a new word or phrase in a text, first try to guess the meaning. Then use a dictionary to see if your guess was correct. don't just read the dictionary definition. Example phrases and sentences show you how a word or phrase is used, and they help you to understand the meaning more clearly. If you look up a word in a bilingual dictionary and get 2 or 3 different translations, check these words in an English dictionary to see which translation is the best one for the situation. Remember that many words have more than one meaning. The first meaning in the dictionary is not always the one you want. You may need to read through the different meanings.
A. Parts of speech.
I have a brown leather chair by the window, and I often sit there in the morning to listen to music.
In the sentence above, I is a pronoun. Chair, window, morning, and music are all nouns. Have, sit, and listen are verbs. Brown and leather are adjectives. Often is an adverb. By is a preposition. The is a definite article. A is an indefinite article. And is a conjunction or link word. Here are 2 more examples.
We saw an elephant at the zoo yesterday.
Elephant and zoo are nouns. Saw is a verb. At is a preposition. An is an indefinite article. The is a definite article.
It was a cold night, so I walked quickly.
Was and walked are verbs. Cold is an adjective. Night is a noun. Quickly is an adverb. So is a link word.
B. Grammar.
When you are learning vocabulary, you need to know certain things about different words. For example, if nouns are countable. For example, books, apples, chairs. Or uncountable. For example, information, not informations. Advice, not advices. With verbs, you need to know if they are regular. For example, work, live, etc. Or irregular. For example, go, went. Take, took. You will also need to learn the grammar of phrasal verbs. For example, take something off, wake up. You also need to learn certain groups of words as phrases. For example, at the moment, never mind, see you later.
C. Word building.
In the word uncomfortable, UN is a prefix and ABLE is a suffix. Other common prefixes include IN and DIS. For example, incorrect and dislike. Common suffixes include MENT and IVE. For example, improvement and attractive.
D. Pronunciation.
Dictionaries show the pronunciation of a word using phonemic symbols. For example, book, before, cinema. Every word has 1 or more syllables. For example, book has 1 syllable, before has 2 syllables, cinema has 3 syllables. It is important to know which syllable to stress. For example, on before, it is the 2nd syllable, before. On cinema, it is the 1st syllable, cinema. The vertical mark shows where the stressed syllable begins.
E. Punctuation.
Every sentence must begin with a capital letter and end with a full stop. Some sentences have a comma, which often shows a pause in a long sentence. Did you also know that a question must end with a question mark?
A. Who speaks what where?
Country: Australia. Nationality: Australian. Language: English. Brazil: Brazilian. Portuguese. China: Chinese. Mandarin and Cantonese. Egypt: Egyptian. Arabic. France: French. French. Germany: German. German. Greece: Greek. Greek. Israel: Israeli. Hebrew. Italy: Italian. Italian. Japan: Japanese. Japanese. South Korea: Korean. Korean. Poland: Polish. Polish. Russia: Russian. Russian. Saudi Arabia: Saudi Arabian. Arabic. Spain: Spanish. Spanish. Switzerland: Swiss. Swiss German, French, Italian. Thailand: Thai. Thai. Turkey: Turkish. Turkish. The UK: United Kingdom. British. English. The USA: United States of America. American. English. The UK is England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
I come from Argentina, so I'm Argentinian, and my first language is Spanish. The capital is Buenos Aires, which has a population of more than 10 million people.
B. Parts of the world.
The continents in the world are Europe, Africa, Asia, North America, South America, Australia, Australia and New Zealand, and Antarctica. We also use these terms for different parts of the world. The Middle East, for example, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. The Far East, for example, Thailand, Japan. The Caribbean, for example, Jamaica, Barbados, Scandinavia, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland.
C. The people.
When we are talking about people from a particular country, we add S to nationalities ending in I or IAN. But we need the definite article, the, for most others. Brazilians, Russians, Thais, Israelis are. The British, the French, the Swiss, the Japanese are. With both groups, we can also use the word people. For example, Brazilian people, British people, etc.
A. Facts.
Did you know 2/3 of the surface of the earth is covered in water. El Azizia in Libya is the hottest place in the world, where temperatures of over 57 degrees Celsius have been recorded. The coldest place on Earth is probably Vostok in Antarctica, which reached a temperature of -89 degrees Celsius. The Kubera Voronya cave near the Black Sea coast in Georgia is the deepest cave in the world. It is over 2,000 meters deep. The Beijing-Hangshu Grand Canal is the longest canal in the world. It is 1,794 kilometers long. The highest waterfall in the world is Angel Falls in Venezuela. It is 979 meters high. The Amazon rainforest is the largest rainforest in the world, covering 40% of the South American continent. The Pacific is the largest ocean in the world and is nearly twice the size of the Atlantic Ocean.
B. Geography. Switzerland consists of 3 main geographical regions: the Swiss Plateau, the Jura, and the Alps. Switzerland is a land of contrasts, with completely different landscapes. The climate can also change within a very short distance. For example, Ascona in the south has an almost Mediterranean climate, but the Dufour Peak in Valais has a very cold climate. The distance between the two is just 70 kilometers.
North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest.
A. Weather conditions. Notice that it is very common to form adjectives by adding y. Noun, fog. Adjective, foggy. Cloud, cloudy. The cold, cold. Ice, icy. Noun, sun. Adjective, sunny. Verb, the sun is shining. Wind, windy. The wind is blowing. Snow, snowy. It's snowing. Rain, wet. It's raining. There are common word partners to describe weather conditions. It was very cloudy this morning, but the sun came out after lunch. The accident happened in thick fog. We had some heavy rain at the weekend. There was a strong wind when we were on the boat. The wind has blown all the apples off the tree. It rained in the morning, but the sky was clear by lunchtime. It's been extremely cold today. B. Rain and storms.
For heavy rain, we often use the verb pour. For example, pour with rain. For short periods of light or heavy rain, we use the noun shower. A storm is heavy rain with strong winds. It poured with rain this afternoon. Look, it's really pouring with rain now. We had a couple of heavy showers this morning. We had a couple of light showers this morning. A period of hot weather sometimes ends with a thunderstorm. First, it becomes very humid, then you hear thunder and see lightning, and it's followed by heavy rain.
C. Temperature. How hot or cold it is.
40 degrees Celsius, 10 degrees below zero. Boiling, hot, warm, not very warm, also cool, cold, also chilly, freezing.
A. Pets and farm animals.
In the UK, many people keep pets. The most common are dogs and cats, but people also keep birds, for example parrots, that are usually in a cage. Children sometimes keep mice, singular mouse, and rabbits. Some people keep more unusual animals as pets, for example frogs, snakes, and spiders. Cage, parrot, rabbit, mouse, donkey, snake, frog, bull, spider, goat. Farms in the UK may have sheep, pigs, cows, horses, donkeys, chickens, goats, and a bull.
B. Wild animals. The pictures show a number of wild animals. If you were lucky, you may see these animals in the wild, but you will probably see them in a zoo. Some of these animals, for example tigers, are now quite rare. It is important that we protect these endangered animals. Monkey, camel, tiger, giraffe, leopard, lion, bear, elephant, trunk. C. Insects.
B. Ant, mosquito, fly, butterfly, wings.
D. Sea creatures.
Many different creatures live in the sea. Whale, dolphin, shark, octopus.
A. Parts of the body. The outer part of the body is covered in skin. Too much sun is bad for your skin.
Forehead, cheek, lips, neck, chest, elbow, waist, bottom, hip, knee, ankle.
Chin, shoulder, breast, wrist, thumb, heel, toe.
B. Movements with your mouth, face, and head.
People breathe through their nose or mouth. You breathe in and out about 12 to 15 times a minute. People smile when they're happy, and sometimes smile at people to be polite. People laugh at things which are funny. People sometimes cry if they're very unhappy or receive bad news. People in some countries nod their head to mean yes, and shake their head for no. People often yawn when they're tired, and sometimes when they're bored.
C. Common expressions.
Shake hands with someone. Fold your arms. Comb your hair. Wave to somebody. Blow your nose.
A. Describing beauty.
Your appearance is the way you look, and we sometimes use different words to talk about beauty in men and women. Women can be attractive or good-looking, and we often use pretty to describe a girl. We use beautiful or gorgeous for women who are very attractive. Men can be attractive and good-looking, but also handsome. If men are very attractive, we can say they are gorgeous or very good-looking, but not usually beautiful. Liam has become quite handsome. Bella looks gorgeous in that dress. Olivia was very pretty when she was younger. They're a very good-looking couple.
B. Size. We can talk about a person's height and their weight. For example, I'm roughly 1 meter 80 tall, and I weigh just under 80 kilograms. If someone is not tall or short, you can describe them as medium height. If a person is very similar to most other people in height and weight, you can say they are average.
How tall is Hannah?
Medium height, I'd say.
Is Marco quite big?
No, about average.
C. Hair.
Blonde, fair, brown, dark, black, straight, wavy, curly.
D. Talking about someone's appearance. What does Sophia's boyfriend look like?
He's blonde and quite good-looking.
Is he tall?
Tallish, but he's got broad shoulders. He looks very athletic. I think he does a lot of sport.
Is he quite smart?
Yeah, he dresses quite well.
A. What are you like?
Describe your character. Choose the number that describes you. For example, in the first line, 1 means very positive. 3 means not very positive or negative. 5 means very negative. I think I'm very positive. I'm quite a negative person. I'm usually reliable. I'm quite unreliable. I'm quite confident. I'm quite shy. I'm hard-working. I'm quite lazy. I have a good sense of humour. I'm usually quite serious. I'm usually quite patient. I'm quite impatient.
B. Opposites.
Positive, generous. Negative, mean. Honest, dishonest. Clever, intelligent. Stupid. Calm, nervous, anxious.
C. Describing a friend.
The first thing I would say about my best friend is that she's very sensible. I've never known Amelia to do anything silly, and I know I can always trust her. She's also very creative. She makes things, and she's a very talented artist. I wish I had her talent.
A. How do you feel?
I'm very proud of my son's success, but I'm a bit disappointed that the local paper hasn't shown more interest in the story.
The politicians seem confused about what to do, so I'm not hopeful that things will improve.
We were curious to see what all the noise was about, but I felt anxious when I saw how angry the men were, and really scared when they started coming towards us.
I think Harry ended the relationship because his girlfriend was getting jealous, but now he's quite upset.
B. The effect of the weather on our feelings.
Why do people say they feel more cheerful when the sun shines and miserable when it's raining? Why do some people suffer from SAD, seasonal affective disorder, which makes them feel depressed during long, dark winters? Can the weather really affect our mood, or is it just in our imaginations?
C. The effect of colour on our emotions.
Colour can have an effect on our mood, but how do specific colours relate to our emotions? Red can make us feel energetic, but it can also indicate anger. Pink, though, is softer and more about maternal love and caring for people. Green is associated with nature and is good for people suffering from stress. Blue is relaxing and helps us to be creative, but too much dark blue can make us depressed.
A. Relatives. Members of your family. Synonym, relations.
My father died when I was 9, and so my mother was a widow with 4 young children. She remarried 5 years later, so now I have a stepfather. As he is not my real father, I call him by his first name, which is Dieter. I've got an elder brother called Thomas and 2 younger sisters, Anya and Claudia, who are twins. We are a close family. My mother is an only child, but I've got 2 uncles on my father's side. One is married with 2 children, and the other is married with 3 children. So altogether, I have 5 cousins. I get on well with Uncle Rolf, and he always tells me I'm his favorite nephew. Of his nieces, I think he likes Anya best. Recently, my brother Thomas got married. His wife's name is Sabine, so I now have a sister-in-law as well.
B. Friends.
My best friend is Florian, an old school friend. We got to know each other when we were in the same class at school. We've been mates ever since, and our friendship is very important to both of us. He spends a lot of time with my family, and his current girlfriend is actually one of Thomas's ex-girlfriends, but we all get on really well.
A. Ages and stages in the UK.
Age, 0. Stage, birth. Up to 12 months, a baby. 12 months to 3 years old, a toddler. 3 to 12 years old, a child. This period is your childhood. 13 to 18 approximately, a teenager. During this period, you are in your teens. 18 plus, an adult. 40 plus approximately, people are middle-aged. 60 or 65, retirement. 80 plus, old age. We usually describe people as elderly.
B. Approximate ages.
I'm in my early 20s. My parents are in their mid-50s. My grandmother is in her late 70s. My grandfather is nearly or almost 80. My English teacher's approximately or roughly 30.
C. Past and present.
My grandmother's name was Mary. She's dead now. She died about 10 years ago when I was in my teens, but I remember her well. She was brought up on a farm in Wales, and her parents were very strict. As a teenager, they didn't allow her to listen to the radio or go to parties in the village. In the end, she decided to leave home and get a job in Cardiff. At first, it wasn't easy, but she managed to find work, and she also met the man who became her husband, my grandfather. My mother was born 4 years later. She had a very different childhood. She grew up in the city. She was allowed to go to parties, and when she was in her teens, her parents let her stay out late. My mum is the same with me.
A. Romance.
I had my first date when I was 16, and it was terrible. I took a girl to the cinema, but she didn't like the film and looked bored all evening. It was a bad start. Then, when I was 17, I went out with a girl for 3 months, but we broke up when she met a boy who was 2 years older than me and had a car. My first serious relationship was when I went to university. I got to know Melanie because we were on the same course. At first, we were just friends. Then we started going out with each other. And after a few months, we realised we were in love. We got engaged a couple of years after we left university, and then...
B.
Marriage. The time when you are married.
We got married the following year. We didn't want a big ceremony, so we had the wedding in the local church near Melanie's home, with just family and a few friends. Afterwards, we had the reception in a small hotel nearby, and then went on our honeymoon to Greece.
C. Children.
Just over 3 years later, Melanie got pregnant, and our first child, Cal, was born just 2 days after our 4th wedding anniversary. We had a big celebration.
D. Divorce. When a marriage officially ends.
Things started to go wrong when I got a job as manager of a sportswear company. I was working 6 days a week, and I had to do a lot of travelling. It was difficult for Melanie as well. She was working during the week, then at weekends she was often alone or on her own with 2 young children. I felt I couldn't give up my job, and in the end, Melanie decided to leave me. The following year, we got divorced.
A. Sleep.
During the week, I usually wake up about 7:30 a.m. If I don't, my mum wakes me up. I get up a few minutes later. In the evenings, I go to bed about 10:30 p.m. and usually go to sleep straight away. If I have a late night, I try to have a sleep in the afternoon when I get home from college.
B. Food.
I have coffee and cereal for breakfast, then have a light lunch, maybe a sandwich and an apple, and a snack in the afternoon. We have our main meal in the evening. If Mum's late home from work, she doesn't bother to cook. We just get a takeaway instead. One of us has to feed the cat as well.
C. Bathroom routines.
I usually have a shower when I get home from college because my sister, Rosie, and my brother, Marcus, spend so much time in the bathroom in the morning. I only have time to have a wash and clean my teeth before Rosie comes in to put on a bit of makeup. In the winter, I sometimes have a bath instead of a shower. I like to lie in the bath and listen to music.
D. Housework. The work of keeping a home clean and tidy.
Fortunately, we've got a cleaner who does a lot of the housework, and that includes doing my washing. But I still have to make my bed and do some of my ironing, and I sometimes do the shopping with Mum.
E. Spare time. Time when you are not working.
On weekdays, I usually stay in and watch TV in the evening. At the weekend, I go out quite a lot with my friends, either to the cinema or just to a cafe, and I eat out once a week. Sometimes friends come round and we chat about clothes, music and college.
A. Location. The place and position of something.
We live on the outskirts of town, and it's a very nice location. We used to live in the centre, but we moved to our present flat when we had children, because there's more space for them to play, and it has nice views.
B. Our flat. This is where we live. We rent a flat on the second floor. There's a family in the flat downstairs and a young French couple upstairs on the top floor. It's a modern block of flats and it's quite good, although the lift is small and there's no air conditioning.
Top floor. Second floor. Balcony. Ground floor. Steps. Front door. First floor.
C. A house in the country.
My parents own a cottage. It's a charming house and has lots of character, but like many old buildings, it's quite dark, quite difficult to heat, and it doesn't have central heating.
A. Different homes. When we first got married, we lived in a one-bedroom flat with a small kitchen, a living room and a bathroom. When our first child was born, she had to share our bedroom. Now we live in a 4-bedroom house. Our bedroom has an ensuite bathroom. Our 2 teenage children have their own rooms. We have a spare room for guests and another bathroom. Downstairs, there's a living room, a dining room and a study. We've also got a lovely big kitchen with a fridge freezer, a cooker with 2 ovens and a dishwasher. Next to it, there's a small utility room where we keep the washing machine.
Microwave. Tap. Kettle. Tiles. Freezer. Cupboards. Sink. Oven. Cooker. Fridge.
B. Choices. When you decide between 2 or more possibilities.
What do you prefer? Some people like big, soft sofas with lots of cushions. Some people like firm armchairs. Do you like a wooden floor with a rug or a carpet? Curtains or blinds? A duvet or a sheet and a blanket? 1 pillow or 2?
A. Notes and coins.
In the UK, the currency is sterling. In America, it is the dollar. In much of Europe, it's the euro. Notes. For example, £10, 20 euros, a £10 note, a €20 note. Coins in the UK. For example, 50 pence, usually spoken as 50p, a pound, a 50 pence piece, but a £1 coin.
B. Managing your money.
I've had a bank account for a few years now, and I make sure my account is always in credit. I go to the cash point once a week, so I always have some cash with me, and I check my account online once a week to see how much money I've got.
C. Money problems.
When I went to university, I had to get a student loan to pay my fees. That meant I had to be careful and make sure I didn't waste money. But by the time I finished my degree, I owed a lot. One good thing is that I don't have to pay it back until I get a job and I'm earning a reasonable amount of money. At the moment, I'm saving up for a new laptop. The one I have is very slow and keeps going wrong. I'd love to have a car as well, but I can't afford it.
D. Accommodation. Places where you live or stay.
This year, I'm renting a flat with 3 friends of mine. We had to pay 1 month's rent as a deposit, but it's a nice place, quite good value for money, and the landlord isn't charging us to use his garage.
A. Common problems. I've got a sore throat and a temperature.
That sounds like flu. You should see a doctor.
I've cut my arm. It's bleeding.
Put a bandage round it.
I've got a terrible cough.
Go to the chemist and get some cough medicine.
I've got a headache.
Take some tablets or pills for the pain.
I feel sick.
Go to the bathroom, quickly.
B. Describing pain.
We can use different words to describe pain. An ache describes pain that is not always strong, but often continues. It is used with certain parts of the body. I've got a headache. Arya's got stomach ache. My dad suffers from backache. For other parts of the body, we often use pain. I've got a pain in my shoulder. I've got a pain in my foot. Ache can also be a verb to describe pain that continues for some time. By the end of the day, my feet were aching. For stronger or more sudden pain, we usually use the verb hurt. My throat hurts when I speak. I hit my leg on the table and it really hurts. I hit my leg on the table and it's very painful.
C. Serious illnesses.
For serious illnesses, you will probably go into hospital. A person who stays in hospital is called a patient. Many patients need an operation. Lung cancer can be caused by smoking. Heart attacks can happen very suddenly. Hepatitis is a disease affecting the liver.
A. Smart, stylish, and casual.
I think the woman looks stylish. The man is smartly dressed. The boy's clothes are more casual. Earring, top, necklace, bracelet, ring, skirt, tights, boots.
Tie, collar, sleeve, scarf, button, suit, pocket, cap, t-shirt, rucksack, jumper, sweater, zip, jacket, jeans, trainers.
B. Verbs and phrases used with clothes.
As soon as I get up, I have a shower and get dressed. I don't eat breakfast.
I have to wear a suit and tie to work, but I usually take off my tie before lunchtime.
I prefer jackets with a zip. It's easier to undo a zip, and it's also much quicker to do it up.
I think I look good in black because dark colours suit me.
When I get home from work, I usually change into a pair of jeans.
A. Fashion.
Fashion. Which are you?
I usually shop with a friend. I always try on clothes before I buy them. I sometimes buy clothes that don't suit me just because they're fashionable. If I buy trousers or a skirt, I buy a shirt or top to go with it at the same time. My wardrobe is full of clothes that I buy and hardly ever wear. I like to buy designer labels, even though they're more expensive. I like wearing fashionable clothes, but the price has to be reasonable. I never buy clothes just because they're in fashion. I like to dress in clothes that are casual but still look quite fashionable. I'm always happy with what I've got on.
B. In a clothes shop.
A shop assistant is serving different customers.
Can I help you?
No, I'm being served, thanks.
Do you need any help?
Yes, I've just tried on this jacket in a size 12, and it didn't really fit me. It's a bit tight. Have you got it in a bigger size?
We have got a size 14, but not in pink, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's a shame. OK, I'll leave it. Thanks.
OK, I'm sorry about that. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a skirt, and this looks nice. Can I try it on?
Yes, of course. The changing rooms are down there.
A. In a supermarket.
Sweets. Basket. Shelves. Checkout. Trolley.
How do supermarkets make us spend more money? They put fresh bread, as it smells lovely, near the entrance to make us feel hungry, and hungry shoppers spend more. They also rearrange things and put them in different places. This makes us spend more time in the store, and that means spending more money. They put sweets and chocolate near the checkout, so it is easy to add bars of chocolate to our basket or trolley while we are waiting in the queue. And they put the most expensive items on the middle shelves, where you are more likely to see them. And be careful of special offers. For example, 3 for the price of 2. People often buy more than they need and throw away half of it.
B. Shopping centres and street markets.
Some people like modern shopping centres because everything is under one roof and it's convenient. There's a wide range of shops, and if there is anything wrong with something you buy, the shop will replace it or give you a refund. Other people prefer going to street markets because they like the atmosphere you get from the different stalls. Food and clothes are usually cheaper in street markets. Sometimes you can try to agree a lower price for something you buy in a street market. We call this haggling. Of course, if you don't like what you buy in a street market, you can't normally take it back and get a refund.
A. Fruit.
Pineapple. Peach. Strawberry. Bunch of grapes. Olives. Pear. Melon. Lemon. Coconut.
B. Vegetables.
Beans. Peas. Onion. Garlic. Carrot. Mushrooms. Aubergine. Courgette. Pepper. Cabbage. Broccoli. Spinach.
C. Salad.
A salad is usually a mixture of uncooked ingredients. In Britain, it mainly has lettuce, as well as tomato, cucumber, onion, and other things. We often put salad dressing, usually oil and vinegar, or perhaps oil and lemon, on salad.
D. Meat, fish, and seafood.
Animal. Cow. Meat, beef. Calf, veal. Lamb, lamb. Pig, pork. Chicken or hen, chicken. A person who does not eat meat is a vegetarian. Salmon, prawns, mussels, crab.
A. Ways of cooking food.
You boil potatoes or rice in a saucepan. You can fry sausages in a frying pan. You grill toast or meat under a grill. You roast meat in the oven. You also bake cakes in the oven. You barbecue meat and fish on a barbecue. Food which is not cooked is raw.
B. Preparing and cooking food.
Peel the potatoes and boil them. While they're boiling, chop an onion. Fry the onion before adding some chopped tomatoes. Then stir it all for a few minutes.
C. What does it taste like?
Chefs always taste the food while they are cooking. I don't like the taste of too much garlic. I tried the soup and it tasted a bit strange. Michelle's food is very tasty. Indian food is a bit too spicy for me. You get ice cream in different flavours. Lena said her pasta was horrible, but I thought it was delicious.
D. Are you a good cook?
I'm a bit nervous when I cook, so I always follow a recipe and make sure I have all the right ingredients before I start. However, I am quite good at making pies, especially apple pie.
A. The rush hour. The time when people travel to and from work.
For me, the rush hour is the worst time of day. Everywhere is busy and everyone seems to be in a hurry. I usually drive to work, but sometimes I get stuck in traffic jams. And when I get to work, I find there's nowhere to park because the car park is already full. But if I get the bus, it takes me longer and that makes the journey very stressful. When I get home in the evenings, I often feel exhausted, more from the travelling than from my work.
B. The nightlife. Places to visit in the evening for social reasons.
One of the advantages of living in the city is the nightlife. The town centre is always lively in the evening, and there is a wide variety of bars, clubs and restaurants to go to. If you are more interested in culture and cultural activities, you can go to the cinema, the theatre, concerts, art galleries, etc.
C. Advantages and disadvantages.
Cities always seem crowded, and they can be dirty and dangerous places to live. Pollution is worse in big cities, and so is the crime rate. I only walk home at night if I'm with a friend. When I'm on my own, I get a taxi. Life in cities is also more expensive. Flats cost a lot, and I think you get better value for money in a smaller town or village. On the positive side, you get a real mix of people and nationalities in a big city. That makes life more interesting. I also enjoy the fact that there's always something going on in a big city, so life is never dull.
A. Surrounded by nature.
Tree. Leaves. Branches. Plants. Grass. Roots. Ground.
I grew up in the countryside, where I was surrounded by nature. As children, we used to play on the banks of the river and in the woods. In the summer, we picked apples and blackberries. In the autumn, we often picked mushrooms. The seasons were all different, and I loved the scenery, the open spaces, and the fresh air. I still do.
B. Working in the country.
My uncle owns a farm. He keeps a few animals, but mostly he grows crops like barley, wheat, and potatoes. Farming is a hard life. My uncle is usually up at 5 in the morning, and sometimes his work isn't finished until sunset.
Hill, valley, woods, farmhouse, fence, gate, field, footpath, tractor.
C. The disadvantages of country life. The worst thing about living in a village is that there isn't much to do in the evening apart from going to the village pub. The nearest town is 8 miles away, and public transport is hopeless. And of course, you don't get many shops in a village. A. Vehicles.
Vehicle is the general word for all types of road transport. Bus, coach, lorry, also called a truck, van, bicycle, motorbike.
B. Travelling around. Bus or coach. Bus or coach driver. Bus fare. Get or catch or go by. Get on or off. Bus stop or bus station. Journey. Train. Train driver. Train fare. Get or catch or go by. Get on or off. Platform or train station. Journey. Plane. Pilot. Airfare. Fly. Get on or off. Airport. Flight. Taxi. Taxi driver. Fare. Get or take. Get in or out of. Taxi rank. Bicycle. Cyclist. Go by bike or cycle or ride a bike. Get on or off. I go to work by bus. It's only 3 stops.
We got the train to Cardiff, but the journey was terrible.
When the bus fares went up last month, my dad started cycling to work.
I got out of the taxi and almost walked away without paying the fare.
If there are more flights, airfares should be cheaper.
We were going to get the train to Paris, but in the end we decided to fly.
C. Are you happy with public transport? Buses and trains for people to use.
Where I live, buses are not very convenient. The nearest bus stop is half a mile away, and when I do get the bus, I often have to wait in a queue for about 20 minutes, and then 3 come along at the same time.
People are always complaining about the bus service, but where I live, it's good. I've got a bus stop round the corner, and buses run every 10 minutes for most of the day, and they're usually reliable.
I get the train to work. Trains are expensive. A return to London is £40, but I've got a season ticket and that makes it cheaper. My only real complaint is that if I miss my train, I have to wait half an hour for the next one. A. Roads.
Traffic lights. Road junction. A bend in the road. This road bends to the right. Pedestrian crossing. Road signs. No overtaking. Speed limit. Motorway. Bridge. Inside or slow lane. Outside or fast lane.
B. Finding your way.
Yesterday, I got lost on my way to the airport. I decided to use side roads and go via the village of Pensford, but I took the wrong turning just before I got there, and I ended up in a supermarket car park. Fortunately, I was able to ask someone the way, and a very kind woman directed me to the A38, where I could then follow signs for the airport.
C. An accident.
I saw an accident this morning on the main road into town. A pedestrian, a young boy, stepped off the pavement and into the road just as a car was approaching. The driver braked, but the car swerved and crashed into a parked car on the opposite side of the road. Fortunately, the driver wasn't injured, but both cars were quite badly damaged.
A. Notices.
Out of order. On a machine that is not working. For example, a vending machine. No vacancies. In the window of a hotel. It means the hotel is full. Sold out. Outside a theatre, it means all the tickets have been sold.
Free admission.
Outside a museum. It means you can go in free.
B. Do this.
Please queue other side. Wait in a line on the other side of this notice, for example, in a bank or post office. Keep right. Stay on the right side, for example, on the underground. Keep off the grass. Do not walk on the grass. Silence. Examination in progress. Be quiet. An exam is happening now.
C. Don't do this. No parking. You cannot leave your car here. No entry. You cannot go in here. No exit. You cannot go out here. Please do not disturb. On a hotel door, leave me to sleep. Please do not leave bags unattended. Don't put a bag down and walk away. Do not lean out of the window. Please do not feed the animals. Do not give food to the animals. D. Warnings.
Something that tells you that something bad may happen.
Mind your head. Take care you don't hit your head on a low door. Mind the step. Be careful, there's a step.
Fragile. Be careful, this parcel will break easily.
A. Equipment and uses.
DVD. DVD player. Socket. Plug. Pencil sharpener. Rubber. Ruler. A highlighter pen.
You use a rubber to rub something out. For example, writing. You use a pencil sharpener to sharpen pencils. You use a ruler to measure something. You use a highlighter pen To highlight a word.
B. Classroom activities.
Teachers or students do these things in the classroom. Look up a word in a dictionary. Borrow someone's dictionary or rubber. Plug in the DVD player. Turn up the volume on the DVD player. Correct students' English. Teachers may ask students to do these things in the classroom. I'd like you to work with a partner. Enrique, could you swap places with Lorena? Kim, could you share your book with Petra? Repeat this sentence after me.
C. Questions about vocabulary.
What does tiny mean?
It means very small.
How do you pronounce weight?
It's pronounced wait, like wait.
How do you spell bicycle?
B-I-C-Y-C-L-E.
How do you use the word wow?
We use it to show that we think something is fantastic or surprising. For example, wow, look at that car.
Could you explain the difference between lend and give?
If you lend something to someone, they have to give it back. If you give something to them, they can keep it.
A. The school system.
This is the system for state education in most parts of England and Wales. State schools are free and operated by the country. Parents pay to send their children to private schools. Age 3. Education. Almost all children attend nursery school for up to 15 hours a week. Age 5. Everyone starts primary school. Age 11. Pupils go to secondary school. Age 16. Pupils take or do GCSE exams in up to 10 subjects. Then they can go to a college for vocational training, for example, hotel management or travel and tourism courses, or they can stay at school for 2 more years. Age 18. Pupils take A-level exams in 3 or 4 subjects, and then they can leave school and get a job, or go on to university, or go to a college for further education or training, for example, teaching or business studies.
B. The school timetable.
The school day is divided into about 5 to 7 lessons, and over the course of a week, most pupils do or study about 10 subjects, including English, maths, history, science, etc. There's usually a 1-hour lunch break and a break in the morning and afternoon as well. The school year is usually divided into 3 terms, with each term being about 13 weeks, although some schools are now having shorter terms and more frequent holidays. At the end of the school year, pupils usually take or do exams before they break up. After the summer holidays, they go back for the new school year.
C. School rules. Instructions telling you what you must or must not do.
In the past, schools generally had more rules, and if you broke the rules, you were punished. At my school, for example, pupils sometimes had to stay behind and write an essay. I used to get into trouble for wearing lipstick. I remember we had to call the male teachers Sir and female teachers Miss. and we had to wear a horrible uniform. Nowadays, the atmosphere is more relaxed. Older pupils can often dress the way they want, as long as they're reasonably smart, and the teachers are not as strict.
A. How are they getting on? What progress are they making?
This is what Nastya, an English teacher, thinks about some of her students.
Jade has a wide vocabulary and speaks very accurately, but she needs to practice her speaking more in order to become more fluent. Angel is quite fluent, but his accent is not very good. In particular, he has problems with certain consonants. Jose has no problem making himself understood, but he needs to increase his vocabulary because at the moment it's quite basic. Olga is always willing to experiment with language. For that reason, she sometimes gets things wrong, but she learns from her mistakes and she's making a lot of progress. Andreas is a fantastic language learner. He picks things up very quickly and he has a good ear for language.
B. Examinations.
My students are taking the Cambridge English First exam in June, and for some of them it will be hard work. I think Angel might fail, but he's doing his best, so with a bit of luck he might pass. I expect most of the others to pass. Andreas is a strong candidate, and I'm sure he'll get a good grade. I think Jade and Olga will also do well. At the moment, I'm trying to get through the course book so that we can do some revision. I think the most important thing is to do some exam preparation. Today, I want the students to do or write an essay. Most of them still find it difficult to write accurately, so I need to work on that with them.
A. Subjects.
You can do or study these subjects at university, but not always at school. Medicine, to become a doctor. Engineering, to become an engineer. Economics, to become an economist. Business studies, to become a businessman or woman and go into business. Law, to become a lawyer. Architecture, to become an architect. Psychology, to become a psychologist.
B. Studying at university.
Some students go to university because they enjoy studying. Others just want a qualification. First, however, you have to get good grades in your final school exams to get a place at many universities. You can then study for or do a degree. If you complete the course successfully, you get your degree and receive a certificate. In the UK, most degree courses last 3 years, although some take longer, for example, medicine or law. Teachers at university are usually called lecturers, and most of the teaching is done through lectures. The most senior lecturers have the title Professor. Students doing arts subjects, for example, English or history, will spend time working in the library and writing essays. Students doing science degrees, for example, physics or chemistry, will probably spend a lot of their time working in a laboratory. Informal, lab.
C. Postgraduate degrees.
When students are doing their first degree, they are called undergraduates. When they complete their degree, they are graduates. Some graduates go on to do a master's. For example, in the UK, an MA, Master of Arts, or MSc, Master of Science. These are called postgraduate degrees. The longest one is a PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, where students do research for at least 3 years.
A. Working with your hands.
Brick. Builder. Builds or repairs homes. Wood. Carpenter. Makes things using wood. Pipes. Plumber. Installs and repairs water pipes, etc. Socket. Electrician. Installs and repairs electrical things, for example, lights. Mechanic. Repairs cars when there is a problem.
B. Professions. Jobs that need a lot of training and or education.
Job. Architect. What he or she does. Designs buildings. Lawyer. Represents people with legal problems. Engineer. Plans the building of roads, bridges, machines, etc. Accountant. Controls the financial situation of people and companies. University lecturer. Teaches in a university. For example, gives lectures.
C. The medical profession.
These people treat people or animals. GPs, dentists, and vets all work in a place called a surgery. In hospital, there are nurses who look after people and surgeons who operate on people.
D. The armed forces and the emergency services.
My son joined the army when he was 18.
Gun. Soldier. In the army. Sailor. In the navy. Pilot. In the Air Force. Police officer. In the police force. Fireman. Firefighter. In the fire brigade.
A. What do you do?
People can ask what job you do in different ways. You can answer in different ways.
What do you do?
I work in sales, or marketing, or a bank, etc.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a doctor, or hairdresser, etc.
What's your job?
I work for Union Bank, or Fiat, or Sony, etc. B. What does that involve? What do you have to do exactly?
James and Emma are business consultants. They advise people who want to set up a business, especially in health and fitness. James deals with the marketing, while Emma is responsible for products such as towels, equipment, beauty products, etc. Amy is a manager in a veterinary surgery. She runs the day-to-day business of the surgery and is in charge of a small team, 3 receptionists, an accounts manager, and a secretary. Her work involves a lot of admin, such as buying food, medicine, and equipment. She also handles any complaints that customers make.
C. Pay. Most workers are paid every month. This is called a salary. Your income is the total amount of money you receive in a year. This might be money from one job, it might be money from 2 jobs. We can express this in different ways. My income is about £25,000, or I earn or make about £25,000 a year. Some of that income you can keep, but some goes to the government. In the UK, this is called income tax. For example, I lose 20% of my income in income tax. D. Conditions. The situation in which people work or live.
Most people work fixed hours, for example 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. We often call this a 9 to 5 job. Other people have to do or work overtime. Some people get paid for overtime. Others don't. Some people have good working conditions, for example nice offices, paid holidays, extra time off for a new mother and father when a baby is born, etc. There is also a minimum wage.
A. Getting a job. Finding a job.
When I left school, I applied for jobs in different companies, and finally, after sending out lots of CVs and having some interviews, a small company employed me. I didn't earn a lot, but the company gave me some training, which was good.
B. Promotion.
I worked hard, and soon I was promoted. They also gave me a good pay rise. It was really good experience, and when my boss left the company a few years later, they gave me an important promotion.
C. Resignation. When you say officially, you are leaving a job.
By my mid-20s, I was getting a bit bored and decided I wanted to work abroad. So I quit my job and started looking for jobs in the UK. After a couple of months, I got a job in London. At first, I liked it, but...
D. Unemployment. When people do not have a job.
After 6 months, I got fed up with the job. I think I was enjoying myself too much to work very hard. Finally, the company sacked me, and after that, I was unemployed for 2 months. Finally, I got a part-time job in the kitchen of a restaurant.
E. Success and retirement. The time when people stop work, often at 60 or 65.
I loved the restaurant. I learned how to cook, and 2 years later I became manager. 3 years after that, I opened my own restaurant. It was very successful, and 20 years later I owned 5 restaurants, and I was the owner of 2 hotels. I believe anyone can succeed if they work hard enough, and have a little bit of luck. Last year, aged 60, I retired and went back to Italy.
A. Office equipment.
Calendar. Photocopier. Notice board. Filing cabinet. Diary. Keyboard. Calculator. Files. Rubbish bin.
B. Office work.
Josh works for a company which produces furniture. He doesn't work in the factory where the furniture is produced, but in the offices across the road. His job involves quite a lot of paperwork. He types letters to different companies, sends out invoices to customers, and sends emails. He also has to arrange visits to other companies, make appointments for his boss, and sometimes he shows visitors round the factory. Occasionally he has to attend meetings with his boss. But one of Josh's most important tasks is to organise the office party every year.
C. Office problems. Josh is having a bad day today. The photocopier has broken down, the computer isn't working, and the printer has run out of paper. On top of that, 2 of his colleagues are absent, just when there is loads of work to do. A. A successful business.
This is the story of a company that has achieved a great deal in a short period of time. Denham Farm Bakery is a family business with 3 different generations, father, son, and granddaughter, of the family currently working with a team of 90 employees. The company was set up in 1991 with the aim of producing a variety of bread of the highest quality. The Denham family saw there was a growing demand for organic products in the 1990s, and they soon became experts in the field of organic bread making. The company is run from a factory in Ilminster, where the bread is baked daily and then delivered to shops across the southwest of England. The firm has expanded a great deal in the last 20 years, but it still remains a family business.
B. A view of a company.
Morgan and Stenson are a firm of accountants. They were formerly Stenson and Son, but were taken over by J.S. Morgan 5 years ago. James Morgan took up the position of senior partner, and the company changed its name to Morgan and Stenson. The headquarters of the firm are in Newcastle, but they have 5 other branches in different parts of the northeast of England. James Morgan is a former owner of a football club, with many contacts in the football world, so many of his clients are footballers. Last year, the company attracted a lot of attention when it became the first firm of accountants to advertise on local TV and radio. At the time, James Morgan said it was his ambition to change the image that people have of accountants.
A. Rise and fall.
These verbs describe trends in sales, prices, etc. When sales or prices rise or go up or increase, they can do it in different ways. They can rise slightly. They can rise gradually. They can rise sharply. The opposite can also happen. Prices or sales can fall or go down or decrease slightly, gradually, or sharply. If prices don't rise or fall, they stay the same. We use certain prepositions to say by how much something rises or falls. The price has risen by 10 pence. Sales fell from 8,000 units to 6,500 units. Rise or increase and fall or decrease can also be used as nouns with certain prepositions. There's been a gradual rise in prices. We've seen a slight increase in profit. There's been a sharp fall in sales. Profits were £5 million, which is a decrease of 10%.
B. Financial language.
With the economy now improving, banks are reporting positive signs that the number of loans is increasing.
With inflation expected to rise, there are growing fears that interest rates could go up by as much as 2% next year.
Figures published yesterday show that trade between the 2 countries has now risen for the 5th year in a row.
Although the value of the pound fell slightly against the dollar yesterday, the news that sales rose in the last quarter has raised hopes that we may be coming out of recession.
A. Sports.
Goalkeeper. Net. Skis. Stick. Swimming costume. Sport. Athletics. Person. Athlete. Verbs. Run, jump, throw, etc. Place. Track. In a stadium. Motor racing. Racing driver. Drive or race. Track. swimming, swimmer, swim or race, pool, boxing, boxer, box or fight, boxing ring, skiing, skier, ski, ski slopes, football, footballer, play, pitch, in a stadium, ice hockey, ice hockey player, play, ice hockey rink, golf, golfer, play, golf course, basketball, basketball player, play, basketball court, sailing, sailor, sail, on the sea or a lake.
B. Leisure activities. Activities in your free time.
Tent, camping, rock climbing, jogging, yoga, going to the gym.
We often go camping in the summer, and we usually do a bit of rock climbing as well. My best friend does a lot of yoga. She works out in the gym 2 or 3 times a week as well. My brother enjoys jogging, and it keeps him fit. My mum does a bit of jogging as well, just for fun. I'm afraid I don't do any exercise at all.
A. Winning and losing.
In football, you can talk about the score like this. Spain played Poland and they won the game. Poland lost the game. Spain won 2-0. Poland lost 2-0. Spain beat Poland 2-0, not Spain won Poland. Poland lost 2-0 to Spain. Spain defeated Poland 2-0. Poland were defeated 2-0 by Spain. Spain and Italy drew 1-1, or it was a 1-1 draw between Spain and Italy.
B. Competitions.
A competition is an organised event in which people try to win something by being the best, the fastest, etc. Individuals, such as tennis players Serena Williams or Rafael Nadal, and teams, such as Manchester United, take part in different types of competition. Tennis players and golfers enter tournaments, such as the French Open. Football and ice hockey teams play in league competitions, where they play against different teams. Many teams also play in cup competitions, similar to tournaments. For example, the FA Cup, or the World Cup, which ends with 2 teams playing against each other in a final. The winners, opposite the losers, are the champions. For example, Germany became World Cup champions in 2014, and Philipp Lahm received the cup as captain of the winning team.
C. Reporting sports events.
In one of the most incredible races of all time, Jamaican athlete Usain Bolt won the 100 metres final at the 2016 Olympics. Although Bolt did not break his own world record of 9.69 seconds, He achieved a great victory, running an outstanding time of 9.81 seconds. Usain Bolt has now won 3 gold medals in 3 consecutive Olympic Games, also known as the Triple Triple.
Kim Clijsters won the Women's US Open last night for the 2nd time. She first won the championship in 2005, but gave up tennis in 2007 to have a baby. She returned in 2009 and is the first mother to win a Grand Slam for 29 years.
There was a superb race for the Canadian Grand Prix. The winner, Lewis Hamilton, passed Sebastian Vettel and won by 5 seconds. But Nico Rosberg now leads the Drivers' Championship with 107 points.
A. Books.
I used to hate literature at school, but now I read a lot. I started off with fiction. I read hundreds of novels, mostly thrillers and science fiction. My favourite author is John le Carré. Recently, I've started reading quite a lot of biographies, and even some poetry. 2 of my favourite poets are Antonio Machado and Federico Garcia Lorca. They both wrote poems in the early 20th century.
B. Films.
How do you decide which films you are going to see?
If it's a horror film, I usually go and see it. I love horror films.
If a film gets good reviews, then I often go and see it.
If there's a big star in it, then I am more likely to see it. I don't normally go and see films if I don't recognise the names of the actors.
I'm not interested in films that are serious or complicated. I only go to the cinema for entertainment.
I like comedies, and especially romantic comedies. I'll go and see anything that Ashton Kutcher is in.
I look to see what's on and go to anything that I fancy seeing.
For me, the film director is the most important thing. I always go and see the latest film by directors I really like, such as Ben Affleck.
A. Musical taste. The type of music that you like.
People's taste in music is different. I like pop music. My brother likes folk music. And my dad prefers classical music. My brother and I like going to concerts to see groups perform live. My dad just listens to music at home. He isn't interested in live performances. When I listen to music, I am mostly interested in the tune, but my brother is more interested in the lyrics.
B. Musical instruments and musicians.
Piano. Pianist. Cello. Cellist. Guitar. Guitarist. Saxophone. Saxophonist. Keyboard. Keyboard player. Violin. Violinist. Trumpet. Trumpeter. Flute. Flautist. Drums. Drummer. Bass guitar. Bass guitarist.
C. People in music.
A composer is someone who writes music, usually classical music. A songwriter is someone who writes songs. For example, Paul McCartney, Adele, Ed Sheeran, Chris Martin. A conductor is someone who stands in front of an orchestra and conducts them. An opera singer is someone who sings opera. A ballet dancer is someone who dances in a ballet. A solo artist is someone who sings or plays music but is not part of a group. For example, Beyoncé, Jay-Z, etc. Famous groups or bands are the Arctic Monkeys, U2, etc.
D. Making an album.
When groups record an album or a single, they do it in a recording studio. Then, when the album comes out, it is usually advertised in the media. Many people download their favourite tracks or albums from the internet.
A. A fireworks display.
The Sydney fireworks display is held every year, and more than 1 million people gather at Sydney Harbour on New Year's Eve to celebrate the new year. All age groups are involved in the event. At 9 p.m. there is family fireworks for families with younger children. After that, a large number of boats parade around the harbour. Finally, at midnight, there is a spectacular fireworks display for almost 15 minutes, in which more than 4,000 kilograms of fireworks light up the night sky.
B. An arts festival.
The Edinburgh Festival is an annual event and is the largest arts festival in the world. It consists of at least 6 different festivals which take place in the city and last for almost 6 weeks during August and early September. The most popular festival is the Fringe, which has up to 500 daily performances in dance, music, drama and comedy in 180 places across the city.
C. The Chinese Spring Festival.
The Spring Festival, or Chinese New Year, is the biggest traditional festival in China. It has been celebrated for about 4,000 years and takes place every year at some point between the 21st of January and the 20th of February. On the day before the festival starts, people from all over China return to their family homes and gather for a big meal. The next day, many people dress up, and children receive money from their parents in red envelopes to bring them luck. Another popular custom is to put 2-line poems on the gates outside each home.
A. Types of holidays.
Skiing holiday, family holiday, beach holiday, adventure holiday, go on a cruise, city break.
B. Online booking.
Many people book their holiday accommodation on the internet. To book online, you need to search for your destination and the dates when you plan to travel. You can look for hotels or B&Bs. Often websites have low prices, especially in winter. It is helpful to read the online reviews before you book the accommodation. A popular option for a weekend break is to rent an apartment in an interesting city. But if you want to make life easy, you might like a package holiday, which includes the flight, hotel room, and sometimes meals.
C. Renting a private apartment.
To Irene Sanders. From Oliver Weiss. Subject: Apartment with mountain view. Dear Irene, we have arrived at your apartment. We picked up the keys from the neighbours without any problems. We like the apartment a lot, but we have a few questions. We can't find the Wi-Fi password. Could you send it to us? Also, the listing said that there was an iron in the kitchen, but we can't see it. Can you let us know where it is? Finally, it's very cold and we can't find the instructions for the central heating. Where do we switch it on? Where's the nearest supermarket? And can you recommend a nearby restaurant for dinner? Somewhere cheap would be great. All the best, Oliver and Joe.
A. Departure. When you leave a place at the start of a journey.
passenger, hand luggage, luggage, trolley, suitcase.
When you arrive at an airport, the departures board will show you the flight numbers. For example, BA735. Departure times, for example, 8:40, and destinations. At check-in or the check-in desk, someone will check your ticket and weigh your luggage. If it is more than, for example, 20 kilograms, you will have to pay excess baggage. You can take your hand luggage with you on the aircraft. You also get your boarding card, and then you can go through passport control, where someone checks your passport, and into the departure lounge, where you can buy things in the duty-free shop, for example, cigarettes and perfume. Shortly before takeoff, you go to the place where you get on the plane, for example, Gate 3 or Gate 5. When you board the plane, you can put your hand luggage in a small cupboard above your seat called an overhead locker. You then have to fasten your seatbelt. If there are no delays, the plane moves slowly to the runway, then it takes off.
B. Arrival. When someone or something arrives.
When the plane lands, there is always an announcement from a member of the cabin crew, telling passengers to wait until the plane completely stops before they stand up. Then you get off the plane and walk through the terminal building to passport control. When you've got your luggage from baggage reclaim, you go through customs and leave the airport.
A. Hotel facilities and rooms.
Hotel Le Rouge. The hotel is located near the Louvre, Notre Dame, and top department stores right in the heart of Paris. Hotel facilities include room service, internet access, air conditioning, and parking. Our choice of single, double, or twin rooms are all equipped with satellite TV, air conditioning, direct dial telephone, minibar, and personal safe. Bathrooms come with a bath or shower and hairdryer.
B. Staying in a hotel.
Rooms are often available during the week, but many hotels are fully booked at weekends or during the holidays, so you may need to book a room in advance. When you arrive, you check in at reception. At the end of your stay, you check out.
C. Going to a restaurant. It's often a good idea to book a table or make a reservation if you go to a restaurant at the weekend. Many restaurants offer 3-course meals which include a starter, for example soup, main course, for example meat or fish, and dessert, for example fruit with ice cream. Prices sometimes include 10% service as well. If service isn't included, it's normal to leave a tip. D. Ordering a meal.
Are you ready to order?
Yes, I think so. I'd like to start with the spicy prawns, and then I'll have the fillet steak with French fries and a mixed salad.
How would you like your steak? Rare, medium, or well done?
Medium, please, and I'd like some mineral water as well.
Still or sparkling?
Sparkling.
A. Drinks. Cappuccino. Latte. Black coffee. Hot chocolate. Milkshake. Herbal tea. Smoothie. Decaf tea or coffee. B. Food.
Waffle. Toasty. Panini. Bagel. Wrap. Crisps. Baguette. Muffin. Cupcake. Croissant.
C. Ordering food and drink. A latte, please.
Regular or large?
Regular, please.
To have in or take away?
To take away.
What's in that panini?
Cheese and ham.
Do you have any vegetarian ones?
We've got cheese and tomato.
I'll have one of those, please.
Would you like it heated up?
No, thank you. Where are the napkins?
There are some on the table.
Do you have a tray, please?
Yes. Here you go.
A. Things to see.
Palace, fountain, mosque, cathedral, market, temple, castle, statue.
B. Tourist activities.
Activity. Go sightseeing. Example. We went sightseeing almost every day. I like to see the sights when I visit a place. Do a bit of or a lot of sightseeing. I didn't do a lot of sightseeing in Warsaw. Have a look round. We had a look round the shops. I want to have a look round the museum. Explore. We explored the flower market. Go out. On holiday, we went out every night. Get lost. I got lost 3 times in London. Have a great, or nice, or terrible time. They had a lovely time in Venice. Buy souvenirs. We bought some dolls as souvenirs.
C. Describing places. The word place can describe a building, an area, a town, or country. For example, Bruges is a lovely place, and we found a really nice place to stay.
The guidebooks say the Alhambra in Granada is magnificent, but it's always packed with tourists in the summer.
Sao Paulo is a lively place, and there's plenty to do in the evening.
St. Petersburg has lots of historic monuments, but the Hermitage Museum was the main attraction for me.
If you go to Poland, it's definitely worth visiting Krakow. A. The beach.
Cliff, beach, rocks, waves, sand.
Many people spend their holiday at the coast, where there are a lot of seaside resorts, and they can go to the beach every day. Generally, people prefer beaches that are sandy, where you can go for a stroll along the shore in the sunshine. On the beach, you also sometimes get a breeze that blows off the sea.
B. Beach activities.
Volleyball is a popular beach game, and some people enjoy water sports such as surfing, windsurfing, or diving. If the sea is calm, you can go for a swim. But a lot of people just want to lie on the beach and sunbathe and get a nice tan or suntan. However, there are now worries about the dangers of sunbathing. People who lie in the sun without any protection can get sunburn, and worse still, they are at risk of getting skin cancer. Doctors now recommend that people do not sit in the sun without using sunscreen. It may be safer just to sit in the shade.
A. Newspapers.
Most papers are daily, which means that they come out every day. Some are national, others are regional. Some newspapers are published online. These are called e-papers. You can also get mobile editions. Magazines are usually weekly or monthly.
B. Contents of newspapers.
Reports. Pieces of writing about news items, written by reporters or journalists. For example, a report in the Times on or about a crime.
Articles. Pieces of writing about an important subject. For example, an article on or about drugs. Headlines. Titles written in large letters above reports or articles. For example, Government loses vote. Reviews. Pieces of writing giving an opinion. For example, a review of a new book. Advertisements or adverts. Words and pictures about a product to make people buy it. For example, an advert for shampoo.
C. Television.
If you broadcast something, you send it out on TV, radio, or the internet. There are now many broadcasting companies and many programs. People watch the news, the weather forecast, documentaries, chat shows, a series, soap operas, reality TV shows.
D. Media reporting.
Many newspapers also have online forums where people can leave messages and discuss topics. News is also reported online through podcasts. For example, have you heard the latest business podcast on the CNN website? When we refer to something that someone has said or written, we do it in these ways. It said in the Times that the plane crashed in the sea. According to the news on TV last night, the plane crashed in the sea.
A. Starting a phone conversation.
The call on the left is between two friends, Joe and Lily. When British people answer the phone at home, they usually just say, hello. The call on the right is a more formal business call.
Hello?
Is that Joe?
Yeah.
Hi, it's Lily. Good morning, Chalfront Electronics.
Oh, could I speak to Jane Gordon, please?
Yes, who's calling, please?
My name is Paul Sharp from Bexel Plastics.
Right, Mr. Sharp, I'm putting you through. Hello?
Mrs. Gordon?
Speaking.
B. Problems on the phone.
I tried to ring you this morning, but I think you were on the phone to your mother.
I gave her a ring this morning, but I couldn't get through. The line was engaged.
I think I dialed the wrong number this morning. I got a very angry person on the phone.
I left a message, for example, please ring me, on Dan's answer phone as he was out, but he never phoned me back, so I don't know if he got my message.
C. Phone numbers.
What's your home phone number? Also landline.
603 884.
What's your mobile number?
07723 259 369.
What's the emergency number for the police, fire or ambulance?
999.
What's the dialing code for the UK when you are phoning from Hungary?
0044.
D. Mobile phones and texting.
Many people use their mobile mostly or mainly for texting. Do you text your friends and family all the time? These are common text abbreviations.
ASAP. As soon as possible. BF. Boyfriend. GF. Girlfriend. B4. Before. Today. Today. Tomorrow. tomorrow. Letter Y, Y. PLS, please. Letters CU, CU. IMO, in my opinion. FYI, for your information. Letter U, U. THX, thanks. LOL, laughing out loud. X, kiss.
A. The computer.
Webcam. Screen. Printer. Microphone. Escape key. Spacebar. Keyboard. Mouse mat. Mouse. Memory stick. CD-ROM.
B. Using a computer.
After you have switched on your computer, you may need to log in or on with your username and enter your password. If you then double-click on an icon, you can open an application. Computers can store large amounts of information, but when you're working, it is important to back up the files you are working on so you don't lose the files if something goes wrong. To create a new document, select New from the File menu. You can copy and paste information from one file into another. If you save the document, you can print it out later. Or you can get a hard copy or a printout later. It is also important to save the document in case the computer crashes. Press the Escape key to exit.
C. FAQs, or frequently asked questions about computers.
Do you have a PC or a laptop?
PC is short for personal computer. A laptop is a small computer that you can carry around.
What hard drive do you have?
The part inside the computer that stores large amounts of information, also hard disk.
What operating system are you using?
Computer software, for example, Windows or Mac OS, that controls how the computer works.
Have you installed any new software?
Put new programs onto your computer.
What software applications are you running?
What software applications are you using?
Do you have antivirus software?
A virus is a program put on a computer to destroy or steal the information on it. Antivirus software is a program to stop a virus entering your computer.
A. Using email.
Think about the way you use email. How often do you check your email? How many emails do you send a week? Are they all essential? How many emails do you get every week? Do you read them immediately? How quickly do you reply to the emails you receive? Do you delete emails regularly? Do you get much spam? Have you got antivirus software? How often do you send or receive attachments?
B. Getting started on the internet.
To go on the internet, you need an ISP, Internet Service Provider, that will connect your computer to the internet and give you access to email and other services. When you go online, you can then send and receive emails, or you can browse the internet. You do this using a browser, such as Internet Explorer or Firefox. Many websites also have links. If you click on a link, it will take you to a different website or move you from one part of the website to another.
C. Using the internet.
Many people now have internet access, and internet use is changing all the time. These are common uses. Students search the internet to help with their studies. People download information, pictures, music, video clips, etc. People buy books, clothes, and food online, book their holidays online, take out insurance online, etc. People go to a website, select the item they want, and click Add to Basket or Bag. When they have finished shopping, they go to checkout and pay for their items, usually with a credit card. Some people have a personal website to provide news about a particular subject, or just write about events in their life. These are called blogs, and people who write them are bloggers. Some people just like to spend hours surfing the web. Some people spend a lot of time on social networking sites. On these sites, people post comments to their friends. Some people do a lot of instant messaging.
A. Different crimes. A crime is an activity that is wrong and not allowed by law. A person who commits a crime is a criminal. Crime, theft, person, thief. Verb, steal or take something. Robbery, robber. Rob someone, a place. Burglary, burglar. Steal something, burgle, a place. Murder, murderer. Murder. Someone's stolen my handbag. Someone's taken my handbag. There's been another burglary in the area. I don't know who robbed me. Did you hear about the bank robbery yesterday? Our flat was burgled, but they only took money. Do they know who murdered the boy? B. Reporting crimes in the media.
2 women robbed a jeweller's shop in West London early this morning. They broke in around 7 o'clock and stole jewellery worth over £10,000.
The 2 men attacked Mr. Crawford while he was walking home yesterday afternoon. Police say the 2 men hit him in the face several times, then took his money and escaped through Bushy Park.
Detectives arrested a man this morning in connection with the murder of shop assistant Tracy Miles.
C.
Punishment. What a person must suffer if they do something wrong.
If you commit a crime and the police catch you, you will be punished. For minor offences, the punishment may only be a fine, but for serious crimes, you will have to go to court. If you are found guilty, you may be sent to prison. Synonym, jail. A. Elections in the UK.
When you vote for someone, you choose them by putting a cross, an X, on an official piece of paper, called a secret ballot because no one knows who you vote for, or by putting up your hand. In the UK, a general election is when the people elect the next government. These elections are held at least every 5 years. Each constituency elects one person from one political party. That person then becomes the MP, Member of Parliament, for that area, and the political party with the most MPs, there are 650 at the moment, forms the next government. The leader of the party in power is the Prime Minister.
B. Political policies.
People usually vote for a political party because they believe in the party's ideas, and these ideas become policies.
Vote for us, and we will provide free nursery education for all children.
Provide more care and support for elderly people.
Reduce unemployment.
Create a fair tax system.
Above all, we will treat people as equal.
A. The problem. Many greenhouse gases, for example, carbon dioxide, methane and ozone, exist naturally and are needed to create the greenhouse effect that keeps the Earth warm enough to support human life. However, the use of fossil fuels, such as oil, natural gas and coal, has produced excessive amounts of greenhouse gases, and the result is global warming, an increase in the average temperature on Earth. Of the 15 warmest years on record, 14 have occurred since 2000. The effects of climate change can already be seen in our everyday lives. Summers are getting hotter and winters are getting wetter, so drought and floods are becoming more common. With it, animal and plant life is suffering. Some species will disappear altogether, and certain illnesses, for example, hay fever, asthma and skin cancer, are becoming more common. To stop global warming from destroying our environment, we need to act now. B. The solution, or part of it.
To reduce global warming, the nations of the world will have to act together. In the meantime, individuals can also help.
6 ways to reduce global warming. Don't throw things away. Recycle paper, glass, plastic, etc., so it can be used again. Save energy. For example, switch off lights when you leave a room. Don't waste water. For example, turn off the tap when you are brushing your teeth. Change light bulbs for more energy-efficient ones. Drive less and walk more. Plant trees, because trees reduce the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and so reduce greenhouse gases. A. The job of the army.
These men are soldiers, and they are carrying guns. They are members of an army, and part of the responsibility of an army is to defend their country from attack and to protect the people. Sometimes this means they have to fight the enemy. A long period of fighting is called a war. For example, the First World War, 1914 to 1918. And during a war, there will be a number of battles.
B. Reporting in war.
10 people were killed and many more were injured when a bomb exploded in the heart of the city. The attack happened just before midday and destroyed several buildings. The army are now searching the area where the attack took place. Most of the attackers escaped, but the army believe they may still be hiding in other parts of the city. During the attack, one soldier was shot and later died. It also appears that another soldier is missing. The number of deaths is expected to rise.
A. Phrases with time. We got to the meeting in time. My brother is always on time. It's time for us to go. Do you have time for a cup of coffee? Call me the next time you're in London. The weather was wonderful the last time we were there. Sophie and I arrived at the same time, 9 o'clock exactly. B. Time prepositions often confused.
I'll be here until 4:30. I won't leave before 4:30. I'll be there by 8:15. Not later than 8:15.
I've worked here for 6 months. 4 plus a period of time. For example, a week, 10 days, 2 years. I've worked here since May. Since plus a point in time in the past. For example, last Friday, March 2011.
I worked on a farm during the summer. This tells you when. I worked on a farm for a month. This tells you how long, not during a month.
I'm going back to Brazil in 10 days' time, not after 10 days.
C. Approximate periods of time, past, present, and future.
Past. I've known Lucia for ages. I haven't been to the dentist recently. I haven't been to the dentist lately. I saw Tom recently. I used to go skiing, but that was a long time ago. My sister went to the zoo the other day. Present. I don't see my brother much these days. Future. This dictionary's fine for the time being. I'm sure I'll go to America one day.
D. Counting time.
There are 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a week, 2 weeks in a fortnight, 52 weeks in a year, 10 years in a decade, 100 years in a century.
E. Take and last. We use take to say how long we need to do something. It takes me half an hour to get to school. We can walk, but it'll take us a long time. We use last to talk about how long something continues from the beginning to the end. The course lasts for 10 weeks. How long does the film last? The battery in my camera didn't last long. A. Cardinal numbers.
379. 2,860. 5,084. 470,000. 2 million. 3 billion.
B. Dates.
With dates, we write them and say them in a different way. We can write 4 June or June 4th, but say the 4th of June or June the 4th. We can write 21 May or May 21st, but say the 21st of May or May the 21st. 1997, 2016 or 2016.
C. Fractions and decimals.
1 1/4, 1.25. 1 1/2, 1.5. 1 3/4, 1.75.
D. Percentages.
We say 26%. More than 50% of something is the majority of it. Less than 50% of something is the minority. The vast majority of the students, for example, 95%, agreed with the new plan. Only a small minority, for example, 5%, were unhappy.
E. Calculations.
There are 4 basic processes. Notice how they are said when we are working out the answer. Plus is addition. For example, 6 plus 4 equals 10. For example, 6 and 4 is 10. Minus is subtraction. For example, 6 minus 4 is 2. Times is multiplication. For example, 6 multiplied by 4 is 24. For example, 6 times 4 is 24. Division. For example, 8 divided by 2 is 4. Some people are not very good at adding up numbers and often get stuck if they have to work out something quite difficult. The easiest way is to use a calculator.
F. Saying 0.
0 can be spoken in different ways in different situations. Telephone number 603 449 or 603 449. Mathematics 0.7, 6.02 or 6.02. Temperature 10 degrees below 0 or minus 10 degrees.
A. Distance. How far?
British people buy most things in meters, centimetres and millimetres, but they still often talk about distance using the old system of miles, yards, feet and inches.
How far's the post office?
About a mile away.
The nearest one is half a mile.
It's just round the corner.
About 100 yards up or down the road.
Is it far?
About 10 minutes walk.
At least a couple of miles.
Yes, it's quite a long way.
B. Dimensions. How long or wide?
Length, width, height, length, width, depth, deep end, shallow end.
We can ask about the dimensions like this. What's the length of the garage? Or, how long is the garage? It's 5 meters long. What's the width of the path? Or, how wide is the path? It's 1 meter wide. What's the height of the wall? Or, how high is the wall? It's 2 meters high. What's the depth of the pool? Or, how deep is the pool? It's 3 meters deep.
C. Size. How big or small?
We use a range of adjectives to describe the size of something. It was a very thick book, over 500 pages. Opposite, a thin book. Their living room is huge. We caught a giant crab. It was a very narrow road for a bus. Opposite, a wide road.
A. Objects and materials.
Object. A bell. Material. Metal. Description. Used in hotel receptions. A chair. Wood. An antique. A hat. Fur. Made from a real animal. A bone. Rubber. A toy for dogs. A flag. Cloth, for example, cotton. The Italian national flag. A shirt. Cotton. It has red stripes. A top. Silk. Beautifully soft and stylish. A sofa. Leather. Stylish. A ladder. Metal. Light and easy to carry. A tissue. Paper. A soft piece of paper that you use for cleaning your nose. A bucket. Plastic. Used to clean floors.
B. Shapes and colours.
A grey square. A pink star. A navy blue circle. A green semicircle. A purple heart. A round ball. A square box. Shoes with pointed toes.
A.
Containers and contents. The things inside something.
A bag of shopping. A bottle of apple juice. A jar of jam. A bowl of sugar. A jug of water. A box of chocolates. A packet of biscuits. A packet of crisps. A can of cola. A carton of orange juice. A tube of toothpaste. A vase of flowers. A tin of fruit. A bar of chocolate.
B. Quantities. The amount or number of something.
Just a drop of milk and no sugar in my coffee, please. I've cut 3 slices of beef. That should be enough for the sandwiches. I've cut 3 pieces of beef. That should be enough for the sandwiches. I took my boss a bunch of flowers when I visited her in hospital. I need a sheet of paper. I need a piece of paper. I need a bit of paper. Andrew bought 2 pairs of trousers and a pair of shoes yesterday. I bought a couple of books. We saw several churches on our way here. I bought half a dozen eggs at the supermarket. There are a dozen students in the class. Could I have a spoonful of sugar in my tea? We've got plenty of time. The company is now making the toys in large quantities.
A. Apologies with common replies.
We can apologise in different ways, in different situations.
I'm terribly, or really, sorry. I've forgotten your book.
Never mind. That's okay. I beg your pardon. I didn't see you there.
That's all right.
I'm sorry to disturb you. Don't worry. Come on in. I can finish this later.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I won't be long.
OK, fine.
Excuse me, I won't be a minute.
OK, fine.
I must apologise for the noise last night. That's all right. I understand. I'm really sorry I'm late.
Don't worry.
B. Excuses.
We often give an explanation or excuse after an apology. An excuse is a reason for the apology, which may or may not be true. These are excuses students might give for being late for class. I'm sorry I'm late for class.
There was a delay on the underground. There was a hold-up on the underground.
I was held up in traffic.
My train was cancelled and I had to wait half an hour for the next one.
I overslept.
C. Thanks and replies.
These are some common ways of thanking people, with typical replies.
Thanks very much.
Not at all. Or, that's okay.
I've brought your books.
Oh, cheers. Informal.
No problem. Informal.
I'll post those letters for you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you.
A. Requests and replies.
Could you pass the salt?
Sure. No problem.
Could you possibly help me?
Yes, of course.
Naomi, I wonder if you could help me.
Sure.
I was wondering if you could lend me some money until tomorrow.
No, I'm afraid I can't.
B. Asking permission and replies. Could I possibly have a look at your magazine?
Yes, help yourself.
May I open the window? Could I open the window?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you mind if I watch TV?
No, go ahead.
C. Suggestions and replies.
What shall we do tonight?
We could try that new restaurant.
How about going to a club?
I don't mind. You choose.
Let's go to the cafe in the square.
Why don't we go and see a film?
Do you fancy listening to some music?
We can reply with different answers, from positive to negative. Yeah, that's a great idea. That sounds good. Yes, if you like. Yeah, I don't mind. No, I don't fancy that. I'd rather do something else.
A. Asking someone for their opinion.
What do you think of his new book? What do you think of Tom's girlfriend? What do you think about global warming? What do you think about cosmetic surgery? How do you feel about working with the others?
B. Introducing your own opinion.
Personally, I think Helena was probably right. Personally, I feel that we should increase the price. In my opinion, we need to change the direction of the company. My view is that we need to wait a bit longer. My feeling is that we need to wait a bit longer.
C. Giving the opinion of others.
The newspaper says that his death was not an accident. Not, it's written in the newspaper. According to the paper, the government didn't know about it.
D. Agreeing and disagreeing with someone. I totally agree with you. I partly agree with you. I agree with you to a certain extent. In British English, it is common to agree with someone before giving a different opinion. That's true, but I think I see what you mean, but I agree to some extent, but I think that's a good point, but I take your point, but E. Giving a strong opinion.
I feel very strongly about military service. I think everyone should do it.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely wrong.
I don't agree at all.
I disagree completely.
A. Likes and dislikes.
I love rock music.
So do I. Me too.
Really? I don't.
I'm really into dance music.
So am I. Me too.
Really? I'm not.
I like a lot of pop music.
So do I. Me too.
Do you? I hate it.
I quite like salsa and samba.
So do I. Me too.
Oh, I'm not very keen.
I don't mind jazz.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, I can't stand it.
I'm not very keen on folk music.
Neither am I. Me neither.
I can't stand classical music.
Neither can I. Me neither.
Really? I love it.
I hate opera.
So do I. Me too.
Really? I quite like it.
B. Attitudes and interests.
My attitude to a lot of things has changed over the years. I used to like chips. I used to play computer games, but now they don't interest me. I'm very interested in modern architecture, but I used to think it was awful. I used to go swimming a lot, but now I don't go at all. Mark and I used to have the same interests, but now it seems we have nothing in common.
It takes time to get used to living in a different country.
I didn't like my new glasses at first, but now I've got used to them.
I found the winters very cold at first, but you get used to it.
C. Which do you or would you prefer?
Which do you prefer in general, tea or coffee?
Well, I prefer coffee to tea in the morning, but in the afternoon I usually drink tea.
Tonight we can go to the cinema or the theatre. Which would you prefer?
I think I'd prefer to go to the cinema. I think I'd rather go to the cinema. A. Greetings. Saying hello.
When we are introduced to a stranger in a formal situation, we usually shake hands and say hello, or perhaps, hello, nice to meet you. In an informal situation, we usually just say hello or hi. When we greet friends, there are no real rules in Britain. Men may kiss female friends on one cheek, on both cheeks, or not at all. Women may kiss male friends and female friends once, twice, or not at all. We usually say things like this.
Hello. How are you?
Fine, thanks. How about you?
Hi, how's it going? Hi, how are things?
Not so bad, thanks. And you? B. Farewells. Saying goodbye.
To someone we have just met for the first time, we can say goodbye. Nice to meet you. With friends, we can say bye, cheers, informal. Take care, informal. Or see you soon, or later, or tomorrow, etc. When we say goodbye to a school or work friend on Friday afternoon, we usually say,
Have a nice weekend.
Yeah, same to you. Not same for you.
C. Expressions for special situations.
Excuse me, could I just get past?
Yes, of course.
It's your exam today, isn't it? Good luck.
Thanks, I'll need it.
Cheers!
Sue found my wallet and my credit cards.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Achoo!
Bless you. I hear you passed your exam. Congratulations.
Thanks.
A. With adjectives.
Prefixes, for example, un, dis, im, can be added to some adjectives to give the opposite meaning.
Happy, unhappy, honest, dishonest, possible, impossible, correct, incorrect, regular, irregular, legal, illegal. Dan used all the milk, but said he didn't. He's very dishonest. I got 8 answers right, but 2 were incorrect. It's illegal in the UK to ride a motorbike without a helmet.
B.
UN.
Of the prefixes in A, UN is the most common and appears in a number of adjectives.
This chair is incredibly uncomfortable. It was unnecessary for them to wait for us. Xerxes, that's a very unusual name. I won the game. It was completely unexpected. Marcia's hat is unbelievable. We tried to open the door, but we were unable to get in. I need to do more exercise. I'm very unfit. Declan played well, and I thought he was unlucky to lose. They're unlikely to get here before midday. The test was unfair because some of the students had more time to do it than others.
C. With verbs. With some verbs, these prefixes can have particular meanings.
DIS. The opposite of something.
I disagree with the others. The plane appeared in the sky, then it disappeared behind a cloud.
UN. The opposite of an action.
I couldn't unlock the door this morning. We had to get undressed in the cold. I unpacked the bags. Over. Too much. The bank overcharged me.
MIS. Do something incorrectly.
I misunderstood what he said. I'm afraid my English isn't very good. I misheard her. I thought she said Rita, not Brita.
RE. Again.
The teacher has asked me to rewrite my essay. A.
Verb and noun suffix.
Suffixes are used at the ends of words. They often tell you if a word is a noun, a verb, an adjective, or an adverb. Two suffixes which form nouns from verbs are ion, I-O-N, and ment, M-E-N-T. Verb, invent. Noun, invention. Discuss, discussion. Translate, translation. Relax, relaxation. Improve, improvement. Govern, government. Manage, management. Develop, development. His latest invention is a new board game. The management has to change. Relaxation will help you to sleep better. I need money for more development. We had a discussion about politics. We need an improvement in the weather.
B.
Adjective and noun suffix.
The suffixes ness, N-E-S-S, and itty, I-T-Y, often form nouns from adjectives. Adjective, weak, opposite, strong. Noun, weakness. Happy, happiness. Ill, illness. Fit, fitness. Stupid, opposite, intelligent, clever. Stupidity. Popular, popularity. Similar, similarity. Able, ability, opposite, inability. What is his main weakness as a manager? Fortunately, it wasn't a serious illness. Snowboarding is growing in popularity. There is a similarity between them. I'm frustrated by my inability to use computers. Her happiness is all that matters to me.
C. ER, OR, and IST.
These suffixes can be added to nouns or verbs. They often describe people and jobs. ER, ballet dancer, pop singer, professional footballer, OR, company director, translator, film actor, IST, artist, for example, Picasso, economist, scientist.
Common suffixes that form adjectives include able, comfortable, al, musical, y, cloudy, ous, famous, and ive, attractive. Al.
Adjectives ending al are usually formed from nouns and often mean relating to the noun.
For example, a musical instrument, from music, a political issue, from politics, an electrical fault, related to electricity, a personal opinion, the opinion of one person.
Shichi-go-san, meaning 753, is an annual ceremony in Japan for 3- and 7-year-old girls and 3- and 5-year-old boys. It is on November 15th, but it is not a national holiday, so people often have it on the nearest weekend. 7, 5, and 3 are seen as important years in the growth of a child, and the numbers also have cultural significance because odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, etc. are lucky in Japan. This is one of the special days when the older boys and girls are allowed to wear traditional clothes, a kimono for girls and hakama trousers for boys. Now it is quite normal for children to wear Western-style clothes at this ceremony. The children visit a shrine and are then given special sweets called chitose ame by their parents.
B.
ABLE. This suffix forms adjectives from nouns and verbs, and the prefix un often forms the opposite.
An enjoyable party. A comfortable chair. Opposite, uncomfortable. A suitable word or phrase. A reliable service. Reliable information. Fashionable clothes. A reasonable decision or price. A sociable person. Sometimes the opposite form is the more common adjective. An unforgettable experience. An unbelievable story.
C.
FUL and LESS. The suffix FUL means full of or having the quality of the noun. For example, a colourful room has a lot of colour in it. A helpful person gives a lot of help. A peaceful place is calm and quiet. The opposite meaning is sometimes formed by adding the suffix LESS to the noun. A useful machine. Opposite, a useless machine. A painful injection. Opposite, a painless injection. A careful driver. Opposite, a careless driver.
A. Formation.
We form compound nouns by putting 2 or 3 words together to create a new idea. Compound nouns are very common in English. Ice hockey is a game of hockey played on ice. Public transport is transport that can be used by the public. A campsite is a site for camping. A babysitter is someone who looks after young children when their parents go out. Income tax is money you pay to the government out of your income. Your mother tongue is the first language you learn as a child. A travel agent is someone whose job is to make travel arrangements for you. A filmmaker is someone who makes films for the cinema or television. A full stop is a punctuation mark at the end of a sentence. A haircut is the act of cutting someone's hair. For example, that boy needs a haircut.
DJ, disc jockey, hairdresser, hairdryer, wheelchair, toothpaste, toothbrush, sunglasses, chest of drawers, crossroads, cash point, traffic lights, earrings.
B. One word or two.
Some compound nouns are written as one word. For example, wheelchair. A few are written with a hyphen. For example, T-shirt. Many are written as 2 words. For example, credit card, bus stop. Use a dictionary to check if necessary.
C. Pronunciation.
The main stress is usually on the first part. For example, haircut or income tax. But sometimes it is on the second part. For example, public transport, full stop. Use a dictionary to check if necessary.
D. Forming new compounds.
One part of a compound often forms the basis for a number of compound nouns. Airport. For example, Heathrow. Airline. For example, Lufthansa, KLM. Aircraft. For example, Airbus A380. Bus driver. Bus stop. Bus station. ID card, identity card. Credit card, birthday card.
A. What do we mean by word partners?
If you want to use a word naturally, you often need to know other words that are commonly used with it. These are called word partners or collocations, and they can be different from language to language. For example,
I spent time in Paris, not I passed time in Paris. I missed the bus, not I lost the bus. We have children, not we get children. I made a mistake, not I did a mistake. It was a serious injury, also a serious illness. It's quite likely that we'll stay here. It depends on my parents. Not, it depends of my parents.
B. Verbs and nouns.
There are many verbs and nouns that are often used together. Pavel told me a joke, but I can't remember it. I need to lose weight. The doctor told my father that he should go on a diet. It's very difficult to predict the future. We won the game 2-1, and my brother scored the first goal. My neighbour's alarm went off in the middle of the night. They fell in love and got married. Now Emily is expecting a baby.
C. Adjectives and nouns.
Many adjectives and nouns are often used together. These are all examples where the meaning is big or a lot, but where we usually use a particular adjective. We've got a large number of students this year. We've got a large number of tourists this year. Opposite, a limited number, a small number. I will need a large amount of money. There's a wide choice of food available. Opposite, a limited choice, a narrow choice. Sergio has a wide vocabulary in English. Opposite, a limited vocabulary. It's only a toy gun, but it makes a very loud noise. Her family is of great importance to her. We went to a party last night, and it was great fun. There was heavy traffic on the motorway going out of town. Opposite, light traffic.
D. Adverbs and adjectives.
The adverbs in the first 3 sentences mean very. The adverbs in the last sentence mean fully or completely. In each case, the adverbs and adjectives are common word partners. I'm terribly sorry I'm late. She's well aware of the problem. It's vitally important that we get the right person for the job. Ava is fast asleep, but the other 2 are still wide awake.
A. What are fixed phrases?
There are many groups of words which you need to learn as complete phrases, because they often have a meaning which is different from the words on their own. Many of these are called idioms. They arrived out of the blue. Does the name merchant ring a bell? You'll have to make up your mind soon. Some fixed phrases are easier to understand, but the same idea may be expressed in a different way in your language. I think we'll have to get rid of some of this furniture. I'm afraid I can't talk to you now. I'm just about to leave. I don't know what Martin said, but Natalie burst into tears. She was very upset. Everyone was there, apart from Yasmin.
B. Time phrases.
He's leaving in 4 days' time. I got here the week before last. The course is fine so far. I rang our local doctor, and fortunately she was able to come at once. He's so busy at work, he comes home late night after night.
C. Pairs of words.
A number of fixed phrases consist of 2 words, usually joined by and sometimes or. I go to the theatre now and again. Andy had 1 or 2 suggestions. I've got a house in the country, and I like to go there whenever possible, for a bit of peace and quiet. I've been up and down the street, but I can't find their house. I've been to Paris once or twice. I'll finish this report sooner or later.
D. Introducing advice, opinions, etc.
Many fixed phrases are used to introduce advice, an opinion, an example, etc. If I were you, I'd accept the job they offered you. In general, the summers are quite warm in this part of the country. There were lots of questions. For instance, how much will it cost? I'm sure you'll have a great holiday. By the way, what time does the train leave? Used to introduce a new subject to the conversation. To be honest, I didn't like her boyfriend very much. used to say what you really think.
A. Common responses. A large number of fixed phrases are used as common responses in everyday conversation.
What time did he get here?
I've no idea.
Are you going tonight?
That depends.
Shall we go out tonight?
Yeah, why not?
Did you like the film?
Not really.
I'm going to Sweden next week.
Really? What for?
Can I borrow your car?
No way.
They're coming tonight, aren't they?
I suppose so.
Jason has grown a beard.
I know. I couldn't believe my eyes.
We have to work tonight.
You must be joking.
Eli got top marks.
I don't believe it.
B. In conversation.
Notice how fixed phrases can form an important part of an everyday conversation.
I had to have a word with Vince and Milan today.
Oh, yeah? Are they causing trouble again?
Well, you know, they just keep talking to each other and they don't pay attention. That sort of thing.
Why don't you make them sit in different places?
I tried that, but they still talked to each other.
Well, in that case, you'll have to move one of them.
Maybe, but I'd feel bad about that. They're quite nice boys, you know. They just can't help it.
Sure, but you can't let that kind of thing continue.
No, you're right. But I've given them a final warning today, so let's wait and see what happens.
OK. But what if they don't improve?
I think it'll be okay.
Well, if you change your mind, come and see me again, and I'll arrange for one of them to be moved to another class.
A. Verb plus preposition.
Pay special attention to prepositions that are different in your language. Paul doesn't like the manager's decision, and I agree with him. Don't worry about your exam. His teachers were satisfied with his progress. Many people spend a lot of money on clothes. I'm thinking of going to China. This land belongs to the company. I translated the letter into French. She complained to the manager about the food. I can't concentrate on my work when the radio is playing. We can rely on this photocopier. I may go, but it depends on the weather.
B. Prepositions that change the meaning.
She shouted to me, spoke in a loud voice to be heard. He shouted at me, spoke in a loud voice because he was angry. He threw the ball to me, for me to catch it. He threw the ball at me in order to hit me.
C. Adjective plus preposition.
I've never been very good at maths. Opposite, bad at. She's afraid of flying. The neighbours are fond of the children. She's similar to her sister, but very different from her brother. He's very interested in photography. I think she's aware of the problem. I'm tired of people telling me what to do. Katya is mad about Brad Pitt. We're short of coffee at the moment. There's something wrong with this TV.
A. By, on, or in plus noun.
I took his pen by mistake. These shoes are made by hand. I met them by chance. He broke the plate by accident. He broke the plate on purpose. My boss is on the phone at the moment. The workers are on strike. The books were on display in the window. Part of the building was on fire. Most of the passengers are now on board. Why are they always in a hurry? I explained everything in detail. She won't make that mistake again in future. The poor little girl was in tears.
B. Phrases easily confused.
Sometimes two prepositions can be used with the same noun, but the meaning is different.
Lessons begin at 8:30, and the students are usually here on time, at 8:30. If we hurry, we'll be there in time, before the time we need to be there. We were tired of waiting, so in the end, we went home. Finally, after a lot of time or thought. At the end of the book, they get married. In the last part. To be successful in business, it's important to get on well with people, working as business people. They're both in Germany on business. They are there for work, not a holiday. I'm afraid this book's a bit out of date. Old and not useful, or not correct in its information. I try to keep up to date with all the changes, knowing all the most recent ideas and information. I'll see you in a moment. Not now, but very soon. Synonym, in a minute. I can't speak to you at the moment. Now. Synonym, right now.
A. Formation.
A phrasal verb is a verb plus adverb or preposition, and sometimes a verb plus adverb and preposition. He fell over and hurt his knee. I'll try to find out the quickest way to get there. He didn't like his coat, so he gave it away. If you don't understand the meaning, look it up. Who's going to sort out the problem? He doesn't get on with his parents.
B. Meaning.
The adverb or preposition does not always change the meaning of the verb and is not always used. I didn't wake up until 7 o'clock. She's saving up for a new computer. Hurry up or we'll be late. I went to lie down on the bed. Sometimes an adverb adds a particular meaning to the verb. For example, back can mean return. I bought this jacket yesterday, but I'm going to take it back to the shop. It's too small. You can look at the books, but remember to put them back on the shelf. They liked Greece so much they want to go back next year. Often, the adverb or preposition changes the meaning of the verb. Give up doesn't mean the same as give, and carry on doesn't mean the same as carry.
My wife has decided to give up, stop, smoking. We'll take a short break and then carry on, continue with the meeting. The shops are going to put up, increase the price of bread. When the hotel gets busy, we have to take on, employ, more staff.
C. Multiple meanings.
Many phrasal verbs have more than one meaning. Go away.
I was busy, so I told him to go away. Leave. We try to go away in August. Go on holiday.
Pick something or someone up.
I picked up most of the rubbish. I'm going to pick Jane up at the station.
Put something on.
Could you put the light on? Make a piece of equipment work by pressing a switch. Synonym, switch something on. I put on my best suit. Put clothes on your body.
A. Phrasal verbs with no object. Some phrasal verbs don't have an object. We cannot put other words between the parts of the verb. When does your train get in? Hold on, I just need to get my coat. The car broke down on my way to work. I'll call for them at 8 o'clock. We set off about 7:30. B. Phrasal verbs with an object.
Many phrasal verbs need an object. We can usually put the object in different positions. Put on your shoes. Put your shoes on. Turn on the TV. Turn the TV on. Take off your coat. Take your coat off. These are separable phrasal verbs, but if the object is a long phrase, it usually goes at the end. For example, I turned off the lights in the living room. If the object is a pronoun, it must go in the middle. For example, turn it off. There are some phrasal verbs where the object must come after the phrasal verb. I will look after the children for you. How did the two men break into the shop?
C. In dictionaries.
Dictionaries usually show the grammar of a phrasal verb like this. No object. For example, hang around, to spend time somewhere, usually without doing very much. There's nowhere for teenagers to go, so they just hang around on street corners. Separable. For example, hand something out, to give something to all the people in a group. A girl was handing out leaflets at the station. Not separable. The object must come after the phrasal verb. For example, get over something, to begin to feel better after being unhappy or ill. It took her months to get over the shock of Richard leaving.
D. Style.
Phrasal verbs are commonly used in spoken and written English. Many phrasal verbs are quite informal, and sometimes there is a single word with the same meaning as a phrasal verb, which sounds more formal. We use this word instead of the phrasal verb in more formal situations. Leave somebody or something out. Synonym omit. For example, he made a list of people but left me out. Make something up. Synonym invent. For example, we had to make up a story. Put something off. Synonym postpone. For example, they put the game off till Friday. Turn something or somebody down. Synonym reject. For example, I offered her a job, but she turned it down.
A. Things we make, do, and take.
I've made a mistake. I'm afraid I haven't done my homework. She took a photo of me this morning. I haven't done the housework yet. They made a big effort to finish the work. The children are making too much noise. Sometimes two different verbs are possible. I'm just going to take a shower. I'm just going to have a shower. I'm doing a Spanish course next month. I'm taking a Spanish course next month. Take a look at these pictures. Have a look at these pictures. I don't do much exercise. I don't take much exercise. We must make a decision. We must take a decision.
B. Make.
Make can mean to cause something to happen or cause a particular state. I like Boris. He makes me laugh. It made them angry when Karen refused to help with the washing up. Make can also mean to force someone to do something. My parents made me do my homework when I was a child. The police made us wait outside the main gates. If you make friends with someone, you get to know them and like them. I made friends with a couple of guys from Canada when I was on holiday. If you make up your mind, you decide something. He's made up his mind to leave work at the end of next month.
C. Do.
We use do to describe a general action when we don't know what it is or there's no noun. What shall we do this afternoon? Don't just stand there. Do something. If you do your hair, you make it look nice. If you do your makeup, you make it look nice. I'll just do my hair, then we can go out. If you do your best, you try as hard as possible. I'm not a good student, but I always do my best.
D. Take.
Take can mean to remove something from a place or person. For example, I took the key out of my pocket. Remove something without permission. For example, someone has taken my pen. Accept something. For example, did he take the job they offered him? Do they take credit cards there? Write something down. For example, I took notes during the meeting. The man took my name and address. Wear a particular size in clothes. For example, I take size 43 shoes. If you take it or things easy, you relax and don't do very much. I'll take things easy today. If you take a break, you stop work and rest for a short period. Let's take a 10-minute break.
A. Give.
We can use give when someone or something causes a certain effect. All that noise has given me a headache. The walk this morning gave me an appetite. Listening to Why Sin has given me an idea. We often use give with different nouns to express an action. He gave me some advice. Valentina gave us a shock when she shouted like that. I had to give a speech at the wedding. I'll give her a ring. I had lots of work to do, but fortunately, Ollie gave me a hand. She gave me a hug. He gave the car a push.
B. Keep.
Keep can mean to stay or cause someone to stay in a particular state or condition. Keep right. She asked us to keep quiet. This coat will keep you warm. Going to the gym keeps me fit. Keep on doing something means to repeat doing something, and often it is something you don't want to do or happen. I keep losing my glasses. I keep getting backache. She keeps on interrupting me. If you keep in touch, you continue to communicate with someone, especially by phone or email. I met Mara on holiday, and we've kept in touch ever since. If you keep a secret, you don't tell other people something that you know. Tom told me not to tell anyone about his new job, but I'm not very good at keeping a secret. If you keep something up, you continue doing something at a high level. You're working hard and your English is improving. That's good. Keep it up.
C. Miss.
If you miss a person, you feel sad because that person is not there. When I went to work in Hungary, I really missed my girlfriend. If you miss what someone says, you don't hear it. I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say? If you miss a chance or an opportunity, you don't use an opportunity to do something. Lily's been chosen for the team, but now she's injured, she might miss her chance to play. If you miss something, you manage to avoid it or not experience it. I left home early in order to miss the rush hour.
A. Uses.
Get is an informal word and is very common in spoken English. It can have many different meanings. Obtain. I got a ticket from my brother. I need to get some help. Receive. I got a new phone for my birthday. Did you get my email? Buy. Where did you get that watch? I went to get a magazine. Arrive. What time did you get here? I'll phone when I get home. Become. It gets dark very early in winter. My hands are getting cold. Fetch. Could you go and get my glasses from the kitchen for me? Answer the door or phone.
Is that the door?
Yes, I'll get it. Do a task or arrange for someone to do it for you, using get plus past participle. I'll never get this essay finished. It's too difficult. I need to get my hair cut. I got my watch repaired today.
B. Phrases.
You can get in touch with me via email. A bedtime story helps children get to sleep. The salsa classes are a chance for us to get together. I'm sorry, I got the number wrong. My cold is getting worse. I'd like to get rid of my old CDs. I got to know lots of Americans when I stayed in San Francisco.
C. Phrasal verbs.
He stopped the car and I got out. I gave her £25, but I'll get it back tomorrow. The door was locked, so we couldn't get in. Our train should get in around midnight. What time did you get up this morning?
A. Different meanings of go.
When we leave a place in order to do an activity, especially for enjoyment, we often express it with go plus ing or go out for a plus noun. We could go shopping tomorrow. We could go sightseeing tomorrow. We could go swimming tomorrow. We could go clubbing tomorrow. Why don't we go out for a walk at lunchtime? Why don't we go out for a drive at lunchtime? Why don't we go out for a drink at lunchtime? Why don't we go out for a meal at lunchtime? Why don't we go out for a picnic at lunchtime? Go can also describe a changing state, usually to a bad one, with certain adjectives. My dad's going grey, and my uncle is going bald. My grandmother is going deaf. Our 12-year-old dog is going blind. He'll go mad if you wear his jacket. We use go when we want to ask or say if a road or form of transport takes you somewhere. Does this bus go to the National Gallery? I think this road goes through the village. Go can also mean disappear. When I looked in the drawer, my watch had gone. Go and get means fetch. You stay here and I'll go and get the bags from the car.
B. Phrasal verbs and expressions.
What's going on in here?
I don't know. I touched this switch and the lights went out.
Shall we wait for George or go on to the theatre?
I'm not sure of the way. Let's wait for George.
How's the business?
Well, it was going well up until the summer, but since then a few things have gone wrong and we've lost a few customers.
Are you going away this year?
Yes, we had a lovely time in Italy last year, so we've decided to go back in June.
I think I'll have the chicken. How about you?
I'm going for the roast beef.
How's it going?
Not bad. And you?
A. The 5 basic senses.
Sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch. To express it another way, the ability to see, hear, taste, smell, and feel.
B. Sense verbs with adjectives.
You look tired this evening. That man sounded foreign. This cake tastes a bit strange. Fresh bread smells wonderful. This shirt feels damp.
C. Sense verbs with like or as if or as though.
We can describe things using sense verbs with like plus noun or as if or as though plus clause, but not like plus adjective, not she looks like nice. When we use like plus noun, we are often describing how similar two things are. Have you ever had a nectarine? They look like peaches. Did you hear that noise? It sounded like an alarm. That shampoo smells like coconut. Also, smells of coconut. Don't you think this material feels like silk? That boy looks as if he's trying to get over the wall. I spoke to Isabel. It sounded as though they had a good time on holiday.
D. Verbs easily confused.
If you look at the map, you can see the church on the left. They've been watching that man for weeks. He ran into me because he wasn't looking. I watched a film on TV. I saw a film on TV. I saw a film at the cinema. Not, I watched a film at the cinema. I heard what she said, but I wasn't listening. Don't touch the oven, it's hot. Just feel my feet. Aren't they cold?
A. Common uncountable nouns. One of the problems with uncountable nouns is that many of them are countable in other languages. You can put all that rubbish in the bin over there. Is there any more news about the man who was injured? She gave me some good advice about buying a car. Do the children get pocket money? You need a lot of equipment for camping. For example, tent, sleeping bag, torch, things for cooking, etc. We sold the furniture. The scenery is really beautiful. My knowledge of Russian is limited. She's worked very hard, and I believe she is making progress. Can you take the dog? We haven't got any room in our car. Would anyone like some more toast? The children's behaviour was terrible. They were climbing all over the furniture and making a lot of noise. B. Uncountable nouns in dictionaries.
Dictionaries show countable nouns with a C and uncountable nouns with a U. Some nouns can be countable with one meaning and uncountable with another. Experience. Uncountable. The knowledge you get from doing a particular job or activity. She's got a lot of experience of working with children. Experience. Countable. Something that happens to you that affects the way you feel. I had so many fantastic experiences on my trip to Thailand and Japan. Chance. Uncountable. Luck. Lotto is a game of chance. Chance. Countable. The opportunity to do something. He's had several chances to go abroad, but he's just not interested.
C. Making uncountable nouns countable.
You can make some uncountable nouns singular. Sometimes we do this with a word like piece, for advice, equipment, toast, furniture, news. But in spoken English, we often use a bit, informal, with most uncountable nouns. A good piece of advice. An interesting bit of news. Another piece of toast. Just a bit of rubbish.
A.
Verb plus ing form. A number of verbs are commonly followed by an ing form.
Do you enjoy studying?
Yes, I do.
Do you mind getting up early?
No, I don't mind at all.
Do you like or dislike having your photograph taken?
I hate having my picture taken.
Do you usually avoid speaking to strangers at parties?
Yes, I prefer to talk to people that I already know.
Can you imagine being without a car?
No, I can't. I need my car.
Have you ever considered living in another country?
Yes, many times. I'd like to live abroad.
Would you recommend having a holiday in the capital city of your country? If so, would you suggest going at a particular time of the year?
Yes, I would. And I would suggest going in spring or autumn.
B. Verb plus to infinitive. I hope to see them next week. They agreed to help me. I intend to leave next month. I offered to help them. I attempted to cook the dinner, but it was terrible. I promised to bring her book back. The shop assistant was very rude, so I demanded to see the manager. C.
Verb plus object plus preposition plus noun or ing.
Joe has just rung and asked me for advice about Greece. They're thinking of going there.
Well, be careful. They went to India last year on your advice and then blamed you for the terrible holiday they had.
That was their fault. They insisted on going in the summer when it was far too hot.
A. A great opportunity.
I'm 24 years old and I work in a photography studio. It's not a very exciting job, but I love photography, and the pay isn't bad. But 2 months ago, I was given the chance to go to Italy and work on a film by a famous director. My best friend thought that it was a fantastic opportunity and advised me to go. Dad wasn't so sure. He didn't try and persuade me not to go, but he warned me that it would be hard work and reminded me that it was only 3 months, then I'd be out of a job. I realized that my girlfriend wasn't happy about it either, but I promised her that I would phone every day and suggested that she could come out to Italy for a holiday while I was there. I didn't mention that I was part of a small team with 3 other women. Anyway, I'm going.
B. Other verbs.
Here are some more verbs which are used with the same constructions. Verb plus that. Say, hope, notice, recommend, and expect. I said that I was busy, not I said him that I was busy. I hope that you'll come and see us soon. When I left, I noticed that the door was open. I recommended that we all go together so no one gets lost. I expect that he'll ring us later. Verb plus object plus that. Tell, show, and convince. I told them that they could leave early. He tried to convince me that I needed some new clothes. Verb plus object plus to infinitive. Ask, tell, want, allow, expect, remind, help, and encourage. Tracy asked me to look after her cat. They told us to wait outside. They want us to stay at school. I expected them to be here by now. I had to remind him to buy the food. She helped me to write the report. You can also say, she helped me write the report. My parents encouraged me to read.
A. Extreme adjectives.
There are many extreme adjectives we use to say that something is very good, or very small, or very surprising, etc.
We were lucky. The weather was marvellous. Don't go and see that film. It's awful. I was delighted she passed her exam. It's a nice modern flat, but it's absolutely tiny. I wasn't very hungry, but they gave us a huge meal. You should watch that program. You'll find it absolutely fascinating. Everyone was really exhausted by the end of the day. Bungee jumping is the most terrifying thing I've ever done. Computers are an essential part of modern life. The food was delicious.
B.
Adjectives ending in ing and ed. A large group of adjectives can have an ing or ed ending. The ing ending describes a person, thing, or situation. The ed ending describes the effect on someone of this person, thing, or situation.
I don't know if other people were bored, but I thought it was a very boring lesson. The weather is so depressing at the moment, it's making everyone feel depressed.
These adjectives can all end in ing or ed depending on the meaning.
It was really tiring going up that hill. I was amazed she could climb that wall. My exam results were very disappointing. She was annoyed that I forgot to tell her. I kept calling her Emma, so I was embarrassed when Ben told me her name was Angela. The map he gave us was very confusing. We were shocked by the violence in the film. A. At, on, and in.
At a point or place. For example, I met her at the bus stop. He's at work at the moment. On a surface. For example, the books on the desk. They sat on the floor. I put the picture on the wall. In an area, space, or inside something. For example, he's in the kitchen. She lives in Warsaw. She lives in Poland. The knife's in the top drawer.
B. Where exactly?
I know they live in Danvers Street, and I think they're at number 23.
I'm sure there's a chemist on the left before the bank.
Their house is beyond the farm by the old church.
I saw your bike in the back garden against the wall.
They've just bought a house right beside the river. They've just bought a house by the river.
I found your phone on the sofa beneath a pile of cushions. I found your phone on the sofa underneath a pile of cushions.
Their office is above the shop. Opposite. Below.
You can just see the top of the building among the trees. C. Movement.
We came over the bridge, opposite under, then through the tunnel and round the lake. The mouse ran out of the back door, opposite into, towards the gate, then disappeared down a hole. The woman came after us, but we managed to climb into the back of my dad's van. Fortunately, she went past the van and didn't see us.
A. Adverbs of frequency. How often?
Always. Often. Frequently. Quite often. Sometimes. Occasionally. Hardly ever. Rarely. Seldom. Formal. Never. She hardly ever plays tennis now. I am often late. I occasionally go to the theatre. He rarely works at weekends. We see them quite frequently. I have never been to America.
B. Adverbs of degree. How much?
I was a bit tired. Informal. The flat was a little small. The flat was a little bit small. She was slightly nervous. The next four adverbs all mean more than a bit, but less than very. The hotel was quite busy. We had quite a nice room, not a quite nice room. The food was fairly boring. It was a fairly wet day. I was rather annoyed I missed the film. It was a rather good party, or rather a good party. The weather was pretty good. Informal. We had a pretty difficult journey. The restaurant was completely or totally empty. I totally or completely agree with you. We had an extremely interesting trip. It's an incredibly good book.
C. Adverbs of manner.
These adverbs describe the way in which someone does something or the way that something happens.
Nora had secretly put all of the letters into her bag.
I went in and shut the door quietly. The curtains were closed and the room was dark. But I suddenly realized I wasn't alone.
Penelope was in pain, and I could see she needed help urgently.
I spoke to Charles briefly this morning. I asked him very politely if he could work an extra hour this evening, but he reacted quite angrily and walked off.
A. When or as soon as.
The meaning of these two time expressions is almost the same, but as soon as suggests something more immediate or important. I'll phone my uncle when I get home. I'll phone my uncle as soon as I get home. As soon as you finish this exercise, you can go home. When you finish this exercise, you can go home.
B. Two things happening at the same time.
Violet got ready while I cooked the dinner. The accident happened while I was on my way to work. I saw him just as I came out of the office.
C. One thing after another.
We met the others in the cafe, and then, or after that, or afterwards, we went to the match. I talked to Joe, and afterwards I came home. I was in Caracas for 3 months, and then, or after that, I went to Colombia. After my visit to New York, I decided to have a rest. We had something to eat before going out.
D. A sequence of actions.
We had a really nice holiday. First of all, or first, we spent a few days in San Moritz. After that, or then, we drove down the coast and stayed in Portofino for a week. Finally, we went back to Switzerland to stay with my uncle.
E. At first, eventually.
To begin with, the two girls got on very well when they shared the flat. But after a while, they started arguing about various things. And eventually, Lauren walked out and found a new place. At first, I enjoyed the classes, but after a while, it got a bit boring. And in the end, I left.
F. A list of reasons.
We can use firstly, or for one thing, or for a start, to introduce a first reason for something, and then secondly, or besides, or anyway, to add a further reason.
What's wrong with her new dress?
Firstly, it's a horrible colour, and secondly, I don't think it suits her.
Why can't we go out tonight?
Well, for one thing, I've got a lot of work. And besides, I can't afford it. Well, for a start, I've got a lot of work. Anyway, I can't afford it.
A. As well as. What's more. In addition to. Besides.
We often link ideas using and. For example, the food's nice and very good value. There are other words and phrases we also use to add more information. Sometimes we still include and or also. The restaurant has excellent food. It's also very good value. You always get a good view, and the seats are comfortable as well. Synonym, too. As well as getting cheaper tickets, I also got the opportunity to buy them in advance. The clothes are nice, and what's more, the shop is open every day of the week. The scheme gives young people experience. In addition, companies can afford to employ them. In addition to the new food department, they're also planning to open a cafe. Besides being a mum with 4 children, she's also a successful designer.
B. Although. Despite. In spite of.
We use these link words when there are two ideas in a sentence, and the second is surprising or not expected. They can be used at the beginning or in the middle of the sentence. Although the sun was shining, it wasn't very warm. Even though the sun was shining, it wasn't very warm. We found the place quite easily, although we didn't know where it was. We found the place quite easily, even though we didn't know where it was. They went for a walk, despite the fact that it was raining. Despite having no money, he still seemed very happy. They got there on time, in spite of the delay. In spite of all the problems, we still enjoyed the trip.
C. However, yet, though.
We can use however and yet when the second part of an idea is surprising after the first part. However is often used to link ideas in two separate sentences. Though can be used in a similar way in spoken English, but usually comes at the end of the sentence. Notice the use of commas here, and the different positions of however.
I don't agree with a lot of his methods. However, he is a very good teacher. We didn't particularly like the house. The garden, however, was wonderful. It was warm and sunny when we were there. Most of the time, however, it's quite cold. We went in the autumn, yet it was still quite warm. I didn't like the film much. I'm glad I went to see it, though. They told us the shop was next to the station. We never found it, though.
D. While and whereas.
We can use while and whereas to compare two different facts or situations.
Alex is very quick to understand. Whereas, or while, the others are quite slow. I get £20 an hour, while Josh only gets £12.
The speed limit on this road is 80 kilometres per hour, whereas it's 130 kilometres per hour on the motorway. I was very keen on the film, whereas Christoph didn't like it at all.
A. Reason.
I went home early because I was feeling tired. As I was feeling tired, I went home early. Since I was feeling tired, I went home early. We don't usually start a sentence with because. I was feeling tired, so I went home early. This is very common in spoken English. The reason I went home early was that I was feeling tired. We can also use because of with a different construction. Compare. They go there because the weather is wonderful. Because plus noun plus verb. They go there because of the wonderful weather. Because of plus adjective plus noun. Due to means the same as because of and is often used to explain the reason for a problem. The plane was late due to bad weather. Due to is often used after the verb be.
B. Purpose.
A purpose is an intention or reason for doing something. The purpose of the meeting is to plan next year's timetable. We often introduce a purpose using so that or in order to. I bought this book so that I could improve my English. They went home early in order to watch the match on television. We moved house so that we could send our children to this school. She went into town in order to do some shopping.
C. Result.
These link words or phrases are used when one thing happens because another thing has happened. Therefore, and as a result, are more formal than so, and less common in spoken English. I left my ticket at home, so I had to buy another one. They've got more money, and therefore they can afford to buy the best football players. I forgot to send the email. As a result, no one knew about the meeting.
D. Conditions.
We sometimes use whether when we are not sure about something. I didn't buy it because I wasn't sure whether you'd like it. I spoke to the others, but I don't know whether they're coming. We'll be late unless we leave now. Unless the weather improves, we won't be able to go. I have to go now, otherwise I'll miss the last bus. You'll have to turn up the music, otherwise they won't be able to hear it. You can borrow it as long as you bring it back by Thursday. You can wear what you like, as long as you look quite smart. I'm taking my umbrella in case it rains. Take some money in case you need to get a taxi.
A. Formal English.
Formal English is more common in writing, but you will also hear examples in more formal spoken English. For example, announcements, speeches, television news, or discussions. Notice in a cafe. Only food purchased here may be eaten on the premises. Business letter. I regret to inform you that we are unable to. Information notice. If you require further assistance, please contact the above address. Formal letter. We are not in a position to grant you a visa to this country. Police statement. The man is being questioned regarding the robbery last night. Theatre announcement. The play will commence in 2 minutes. Station announcement. The next train to depart from platform 7 will be the 7:22 to Reading. Airport announcement. Will passengers for Miami please proceed to gate 36?
B. Informal English.
Informal language is more common in spoken English, and also in most emails or letters to friends. The words and phrases in bold in these dialogues are all informal.
Who's Callum?
A mate of mine.
Really?
Yeah, I see him quite a bit. He's a nice bloke.
Toby, I'm afraid I can't make it this evening.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But the thing is, Ella's not well, so I'll have to look after the kids.
OK, don't worry. There will still be 12 or so at the meeting, and I'll ring you later and let you know what happens.
Cheers. That would be great.
I bet you're hungry.
Yes, I'm dying for something to eat.
Well, I think you'll find some stuff in the fridge.
What are you up to this evening?
Nothing much. Why?
Well, would you like to see the new Coen Brothers film? I've heard it's great.
Really? My brother saw it and said it was a load of rubbish.
A. Types of form.
A registration form, where you enter your name on an official list, for example, at a school or college. Also called an enrolment form when you're applying to do a course of study. An entry form, if you want to enter for an exam. For example, Cambridge English First. A landing card for people from some countries when they enter the UK. A visa application form when you make an official request to enter or leave some countries.
B. Language of forms. When you fill in a form, you will see that they often have more formal expressions. In spoken English, ideas may be expressed differently. Written, date of birth. Spoken, when were you born? Place of birth, where were you born? Country of origin, where do you come from? Marital status, are you single or married? Date of arrival, when did you arrive? Date of departure, when are you leaving, or when did you leave? Signed, write your signature. C. Curriculum vitae.
If you apply for a job, you need to send a letter and a CV, curriculum vitae, or resume in American English, which should give personal details, details about your education and qualifications. For example, university degree, teaching certificate, etc. Your work experience, your interests, skills, career aims, names of people who will give you a reference. If you apply to university, they require a personal statement in which you must explain why you want to go to this university, why you want to follow this particular course, details of your educational background, your skills, your interests.
D. Tips for writing a CV or personal statement.
A tip is a useful piece of advice. Here are some tips for writing a CV or personal statement. A CV should be no longer than 2 pages. A personal statement no more than 45 lines of text. Type your CV or personal statement. Handwriting is not suitable. Keep it simple. Don't make it complicated. Check there are no mistakes. Make sure the information you give is relevant. For example, if you are going to be working on your own, don't say that you are good at working in a team.
A. The basis of a discursive essay. An essay that discusses a subject.
In a discursive essay, you have to express your own ideas and point of view. It is also important to show that you understand both sides of an argument. This means you need to understand and use different link words and phrases such as in addition, however, etc.
B. Expressing a point of view. Some people believe that no one should be sent to prison under the age of 18. There is an argument that everyone should have a university education. C. Giving both sides of an argument.
One of the advantages of being an only child is that you have more attention from your parents. However, it can be lonely without the company of brothers and sisters. On the one hand, computers can do so many things faster than human beings. On the other hand, some people are becoming dependent on them, which is not a good thing.
D. Comparing and contrasting. Saying how 2 things are similar and how they are different.
We often make comparisons between groups of people, or between the past and the present. Compared with my grandparents, I have had much more opportunity to travel abroad. Compared to my grandparents, I have had much more opportunity to travel abroad. In the past, people didn't have computers, but nowadays there is one in almost every home. Most parts of the developed world have become richer in the last 30 years. In contrast, many countries in Africa have become much poorer.
E. Making generalizations.
Sometimes a simple statement is not accurate. For example, young people prefer to watch American films. This is not true for all young people, so we use certain words and phrases to show that we are making a generalization. In general, Japanese society is more focused on groups than individuals. Synonym, on the whole. Teenagers tend to have more freedom than in the past.
F. Cause and effect. How something happens and then makes something else happen. Poor diet and lack of exercise are the main causes of obesity. Obesity is often the result of a bad diet and not enough exercise. People don't eat the right food or get enough exercise, and consequently they put on weight. Poor diet can cause obesity, and this can have a bad effect on people's health. A. A formal letter.
Dear Sir or Madam, I am writing in response to your advertisement about job opportunities for graduates. I have just completed a degree in economics at Durham University, and I would be grateful if you could send me further details of the graduate training schemes you mention. I am available for interview at any time. I look forward to hearing from you. Yours faithfully, Nicole Drew.
B. Useful words and phrases. Thank you for your letter regarding the damage to your vehicle. I regret to inform you that your application has not been successful. I am pleased to inform you that your application has been successful. I am writing to inquire about English courses at your school. You will need to confirm the booking in writing. We would like to thank you for offering your support. We would like to apologize for the delay, or please accept our apologies for the delay. I enclose a cheque for £100. A. An email.
Hi Beth. Just a quick message to thank you for dinner last night. Absolutely delicious, as always, and I really enjoyed meeting your friend Alice. She's a laugh, isn't she? I'm hoping to get tickets for the film festival next week, so I'll be in touch to see if there's anything you fancy seeing. Give my regards to Conrad when he gets back from Poland, and once again, thanks for last night. Love, Sophie.
B. Messaging.
Hi Emma. Sorry it's been ages since I last got in touch, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm coming to Birmingham in 2 weeks' time, actually just before your birthday.
Sounds great. When exactly?
12th of March. Could we get together and go out for a meal? Maybe Mark could join us as well.
That's perfect. Can you contact Mark and I'll book a restaurant?
Great. Anyway, better get back to work. See you soon.
A. Letters or words.
Most abbreviations are spoken as individual letters. EU, European Union. UN, United Nations. PM, Prime Minister. MP, Member of Parliament. BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation. ID, Identification. For example, do you have an ID card? PC, Personal Computer. CV, Curriculum Vitae. ISP, Internet Service Provider. Occasionally, abbreviations are spoken as words. For example, AIDS and PIN.
B. Written forms only. Some abbreviations are written forms only, but pronounced as full words. Mr. Scott, St. Mark's Church, Mrs. Bryant, Dean Street, Dr. Chapman. C. Abbreviations as part of the language.
Some abbreviations from Latin are used as part of the language. Etc. Abbreviation ETC. Meaning, and so on. Exempli gratia. E.g. For example, id est. I.e. That's to say, or in other words.
D. Shortened words.
Some common English words can be shortened, especially in spoken English. In some cases, the shorter form is more common, and the full form sounds quite formal. For example, refrigerator, influenza, gymnasium, and veterinary surgeon. Phone, telephone. Fridge, refrigerator. Maths, mathematics. Exam, examination. Board, whiteboard or smartboard or blackboard. Plane, aeroplane. Case, suitcase. Photo, photograph. Ad or advert, advertisement. Flu, influenza. Gym, gymnasium. Lab, laboratory. Bike, bicycle. Sales rep, sales representative. Synonym, salesperson. TV or telly, television. Vet, veterinary surgeon. Paper, newspaper.